Happy May Day, everyone. We're going to first start off with roll call. Go ahead and start with that.
Kevin Alltucker,
Here.
Shaylin Bays,
Here.
Siobhan Cancel,
Here.
Sue Kutsu George,
Here.
Denise Diamond,
Here.
Larissa Ennis,
Here.
Mike Eister,
Here.
Austin Fulnagi,
Here.
Lisa Fragola,
Here.
Will Gray,
Here.
Charles Kimball,
Here.
Steve Mattel,
Here.
Zach Mulholland,
Oh, he's excused. He'll be a little late.
Amber Patterson,
Here.
Ron Preisler.
Here.
Excellent. And we have the land recognition, Colin Vurick. I don't see Colin online or in person. Frankie, do we have someone to, is Frankie able to unmute? Okay. Well, how about this? We do want to do the land recognition of obviously during the budget committee meeting, but maybe by the time we get our introductions completed, we can then move back to the land recognition, if that's okay. So let's first off, welcome. Thank you so much for participating and being a part of the budget committee. We'll just do a quick round of introduction. If you could first, last name, and the position that you hold, and maybe just where you live. That'd be perfectly great, actually. Kevin, would you like to get us started?
Sure. Kevin Alltucker. I have one of the at-large positions for the LCC board, and I have lived in South Eugene for almost my entire life.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to all the budget committee members, and thanks for your service. My name is Steve Mattel. I've been on the LCC board for 3 years, just about completing 3 years now. Live in South Eugene also for about half of my life, and it about amounts to about 25, 26 years at this point in time.
Hi, I'm Denise Diamond. I live in Florence, and I'm a retired community college professor and very happy to do what I can to be of service on this board. And I thank you all for equally being of service.
Hi, my name is Mike Eister. I'm in Zone 3. I've been on the board, I think around 6 years. I can't remember quite when I started. And just today, after 30 years in my house, I put it on the market. It's an exciting time.
My name's Lisa Fragola, and I've been serving on the board in an at-large position since 2018 when I was appointed initially. I live in central Eugene, and yeah, I think those were the questions.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm Stephanie Bolger, president of Lane Community College.
Sue Kutso George. I'm on the budget committee. This is my first year, and I live just west of Eugene.
Hi, I'm Amber Patterson. This is also my first year on the budget committee. I probably be the only one. I'm North Eugene. Very rural, like the rural.
Well, I might have you on the roll.
All right.
I live in Coburg, Charlie Kimball. I am a native Eugenian. I went to school here back in 1986, met my wife now of 39 years. So happy to be here. Thanks for asking me.
Welcome back.
Yeah.
I am Will Gray. I'm on the budget committee. This is my first year as well. And I've lived in Eugene for about 10 years now.
I'm Larissa Ennis. My pronouns are she, her. This is also my first year on the budget committee. I live in North Eugene on River Road, and I've lived in Eugene for 21 years.
Fantastic. And Ron, would you mind just getting us started online?
Sure. My name is Ron Preisler. I am a retired city councilor from the city of Florence. I'm a coastal person. I spent time on the North Shore of Long Island, the South Shore of Long Island, California, and now Oregon.
Wonderful. I'll let our student body president introduce herself as well. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Shaylin Bays. I'm student body president. I've been living in downtown Eugene for 2 years now, but I'm originally from South Africa.
Wonderful. And Siobhan.
Hi, I'm Siobhan Cancel. I've been living in Eugene on and off since 1992. And I've been on the budget committee for 4 about 3 or 4 years.
Excellent. Thank you. And my name is Austin Folnigy, current board chair, and I live up the Mackenzie River area, moved up here in 2020, lived in Klamath Falls for 8 years prior to that, and I was on the Klamath Community College Board during that time period. Frankie, were we able to get a hold of Colin, or are you able to read the land acknowledgement on Colin's behalf?
Hello, I'm trying to search for the land acknowledgement. It turned out that for S3.
Perfect. We actually just sent it over to you.
Okay, perfect. Yep, I'll do that. Colin got called into a meeting for her department, so.
Absolutely understandable. No, thank you for the last minute.
Oh, you're welcome. I very much apologize to everybody.
It's okay. It's okay. And just so everyone knows what's next on the agenda, we'll be doing the election of the chair and the vice chair after the land acknowledgement.
Okay, sorry.
Whenever you're ready.
Sorry
worries,
for
Frank.
the lighting. Okay, so we begin our meeting with the acknowledgement that the land we are on is the traditional homeland of the Kalapuya people. The Kalapuya people were stewards of this very land for over 14,000 years before their traditional way of life was forever disrupted. We start our meeting with humility and reverence for the original inhabitants, the Kalapuya.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Now, how the election of the chair goes is there's a nomination and then a second. There's then a vote on that nomination. We'll do that for the chair and the vice chair. Once we elect the chair, this gavel is going to go your direction, and you'll be chairing the meeting from there. So with that, Steve, you have a nomination?
Yes, I'd like to nominate Sue George for the chair position of our budget committee this year.
Second.
Excellent. It's been first and seconded. Is there any other nominations?
I'd like to nominate Amber Patterson for vice chair.
Excellent. Since we're doing chair and vice chair, we'll just go ahead and vote on both of those then. Any other nominations before I close that out? Seeing none, we will move forward with a vote on the chair and vice chair. Let's go ahead and do a roll call vote.
Kevin Alltucker,
Aye.
Siobhan Cancel,
Aye.
Sue Kutsu George,
Aye.
Denise Diamond,
Aye.
Larissa Ennis,
Aye.
Mike Eister,
Aye.
Austin Folnigy,
Aye.
Lisa Fragola,
Aye.
Will Gray,
Aye.
Charlie Kimball,
Aye.
Steve Mattel,
Aye.
Amber Patterson,
Aye.
Ron Preisler.
Aye.
Perfect. And now the official process of the gavel has been moved. Excellent. Thank you, everyone.
Have the power.
I know, right?
Okay, on the agenda, it doesn't actually say who's doing what, but next would be the overview of budget committee responsibilities.
That would be me, Sue.
Okay.
Yes, me, and I'm bringing some friends along with me. So thank you very, very much. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to our new community members who are part of our budget committee, and also our Board of Education to our first budget committee meeting. I would like to just start by, before I introduce my team to come up and help with walking through the budget, the proposed budget, I'd like to just say just a few words about this particular budget. I want to first start with thanking the budget team that actually developed this budget. And if you were here last year, you know that there's a little bit of a history with and probably a bit of gratitude and appreciation for the people who were here to develop this budget this time. So that's Jonathan Campbell. He's the director of budget. You'll be spending a lot of time with him. Alejandra Colazo Gonzalez, who spent a lot of time as a budget analyst on this particular budget. But I also have to thank John Nisbet and Kara Flath and also Sue Fahey for all of the work that they have done to support this particular budget. This was really a group effort. And so we had broad input from our college community. We had something called the Budget Development Subcommittee of our College Council, and also our College Council was supportive of this particular budget. We gained broad input through a virtual suggestion box on how we garner some ideas about how we might be able to expand our resources. And we had some work groups, and they were grow, save, and partner work groups. And so we engaged the entire college community around that as well. So we really do appreciate the internal team that developed this budget and also the public's support of education, the education that we provide. You know, each budget has a character. Last year, the character was an aspirational budget. We had 2 quarters of growth in an increase in enrollment after a decade-long decline. This year feels very different budget. We've had 6 consecutive quarters of growth in our enrollment. And so the character of this budget is that it's thoughtful and it's also responsible. And in terms of thoughtfulness, we allocated resources in a way that is consistent with our mission, our vision, and our values, and is driven by our strategic plan. And we also paid a lot of time recognizing in this budget that we needed to have some strategic investments because they were important to building a college that people can see in our community that there's value to coming to Lane Community College. It's also responsible. We used a multi-year financial model in order to develop this budget, and we're starting to begin to cover program deficits in what we call administratively restricted funds. And we also have, as you can see in this budget, you will see in this budget, a modest reserve for revenue shortfall. So now, as I wrap up, I want to mention that there's always uncertainty when we develop these budgets as we carry them out. There's always going to be uncertainty, but we think that there's less uncertainty, certainly in terms of our state funding. We're in the second year of the biennium next year, and so we'll have a little bit more certainty there. We're certainly going to navigate those very, very carefully. So I'm really proud of this budget and really pleased that we're able to present it to you this evening. So I'm going to ask Jonathan Campbell to go ahead and come to the podium. And if we can bring the budget up on the screen, and Jonathan will start to walk the budget committee through its responsibilities this evening, and then also the budget. Jonathan.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bulger. Members of the board, budget committee, welcome. And I just want to say thank you so much for your time, bringing your brains and your expertise to kick the tires on this budget. We've spent a lot of time on this budget over the last several months, and honestly, I'm tired of looking at it. So I'm looking forward to having someone else look at it, give us your feedback, give us your comments, just give it to us. So with that, I'll jump into the slides up here on the. Let's go to the next slide. It's May 1st. Happy May. All right, so I'm going to go through these pretty quick because we covered them in an orientation earlier. So the first part of this you'll recognize, but for reiteration and going through just for the public, we're going to go through it again. So we're going to go through the purpose of the committee, the why, the orientation to the budget document. We're going to have public comment to give us additional feedback from the community. We're also going to have then just open discussion. So we'll field your questions, we'll talk through the budget, and we'll see what you have to say. And then we'll also talk about the budget committee schedule moving forward. Okay, so this is you, budget committee. We put it here just for public record, but thank you again. Move on to the next one. Okay, so as you know, we have to have quorum. So pretty much everybody's here. So for us to agree, we have to have more than half everyone here to hold the meeting. We also have to have at least one meeting to receive the budget. So we're doing that now. We're meeting our requirements. And then we have other meetings scheduled later on where we can have more further detailed conversation, but we're meeting our requirements according to Oregon budget law. It also provides an opportunity for public input for everyone to give their thoughts and feedback. And then most importantly, we're using this as a framework for us to thoughtfully go through the budget, right? So we want to be able to look at all the pieces of the budget as a whole, holistically, thoughtfully, and also with the economic forecast that we have built into the budget, the model that Stephanie talked about, and all the different pieces, put it all together and see how we think about it within the framework of Oregon budget law. So, okay. The purpose of the process, we're here to establish the standards. We're also here to encourage citizen involvement through having you lovely folks come and join us through public comment, through having feedback and input. It also gives us a method to estimate all the different pieces I just talked about. It also gives us a method for control. We can look back in the future and say, what did we plan for? Are we following that plan? And do the best we can to stick to the plan and also to be nimble for the future. And again, it encourages citizen involvement. So. Here's our lovely process. It's looks like an IKEA chart. It's my favorite, so don't do it alone. Move on. And so with that, I'm going to move into the framework, the high-level assumptions that we use to set our budget. So as you can see, our annual budget for FY25, fiscal year 25, is just $305.7 million. That's made up of the general fund, which is about a third of that. It's 108 million. And to set that, we look at our revenue parameters, which is state funding, the acronym CCSF. This is the second year of the biennium, so we know it's going to stay the same. We're going into conversations with our friends up in Salem about what the next biennium funding model is going to look like. We look at FY tuition increases, which the board approved a 4% increase based on economic factors such as the HEPI, the inflation, our operating requirements. We have an enrollment target of 3.5%. Of course, if we get more than that, that would be lovely. We know that property taxes by law don't go over 3.2% for new build construction. So we give ourselves the budget authority to incorporate that revenue as it comes in. And then we have all the other stuff, student fees, administrative recovery from things like grants and contracts. We have an ERTC, a tax credit that's still kind of floating out there that we're going to recognize this year. And then things for sales of goods and services. So for expenditure, the composition of our expenditures, we have basically two big categories. The salary and then non-salary, which is materials and supplies. Salaries comprise of about 80% of the budget, if not more. So whatever we do to salaries, positions, benefits, that has the biggest splash. We know that classified staff had a bargaining agreement that they successfully negotiated, and it's moving forward for a long-term contract. It includes retroactive pay, but also about 10% COLA. That goes through FY30, I believe. Someone will have to correct me on that. But we also have management, which follows a standard COLA of about 4%, depending on the type of position. It could be a little bit more, but it's about 4% when you bake it all together. Faculty is also rolling forward their contract one more year, and they get about a 6% COLA increase, not including steps. So last year, because of the balancing acts we had to do when we were in uncertainty still, we held about 1.6 million in positions and did service level reductions to balance the budget. This year, we're saying we're going to fill those positions as needed for the college, which includes about 6 new FTE as we assess the needs of the college. That's about $650,000. So we have new positions for we're strategically placing people in the right places to help things like enrollment, operations, and so on. Materials and supplies. Generally, we assumed about a 3% increase across the board, but there were other areas that increased depending on the need. So total, it's about 953,000 more than it was last year, depending on the programmatic need. As Dr. Bolger mentioned, we decided as a group, the board approved this. We've talked about this a lot, how there are just areas of critical need that we need to address. So the strategic investments for this year, where we're specifically placing sums of money to address those needs, are overall facilities deferred maintenance for $550,000. It's going to help things with deferred maintenance in our buildings, our sidewalks, our campuses at large. IT infrastructure and cybersecurity. So, for example, our friends up in Portland recently had a cyber attack. It's something that we need to be on top of and just be diligent about. So we're putting money there. Enrollment growth investment to help us continue to let the community know the services that we have, reach out to potential students, help bring them in, help them let us know what we offer as our mission. And then Lane Forward, which is a collaborative internal effort. It's teams across campuses of all different representative groups, from classified management and faculty, to create projects to help be innovative across campus, to come up with projects to better the campus. So we're adding $50,000 to bring it to a total of $300,000 for FY25. So these are the required board policies that we currently have in place. We have the unappropriated ending fund balance, which is required by Oregon budget law. It doesn't state a percent, but our requirement is 3%. And you'll notice in the column in the parentheses, I have the board policy and the number next to it. It's in the appendix of the budget. So if you want to read the actual language behind it and the logic behind it, you can find it there. We have a board oversight contingency of about $500,000, which is 0.5% of budgeted revenues. The administrative operational contingency, which is just about $1 million, which is needs to be approved by the president. It's about 1% of budgeted revenues. And then what's new to this year, or to the current year, so FY24, is we established what's called a reserve for revenue shortfall. This current year, we started out at 4 million, and it says that it's basically kind of a buffer for us. If we don't get the revenue in the door, this is in reserve to help us mitigate that risk. We've had now 6 consecutive terms of enrollment growth. So we feel a little bit better about enrollment growth, where we're going, but we're still being conservative, and we're saying we're going to hold back $350,000 to cover about 1.5% of enrollment growth.
Are you going to take questions?
Yeah, go ahead. Steve.
Actually, Chair, sorry.
Nope.
Sorry.
No.
Thanks. Just for the benefit of the budget committee members who are new, that particular thing that Jonathan just read, the reserve for revenue shortfall, that actually came at the request or the suggestion of last year's budget committee members.
I didn't know that. It's awesome. Okay. Actually, I should point out, if you go back one more, we do have carry forward authority. So at the end of every year, we go through a cycle where we evaluate things like course fee revenue and things that should be pulled forward into the new fiscal year. It's obligated balances of revenue that we pull forward by programmatic area. So we give ourselves the budget authority of about $775,000 to accommodate that. Okay, so here's the summary. It's a lot of numbers on the screen. I won't go through each one, but you can see the breakdown of all the funds together, which I find incredibly helpful because this is representative of all the funds, all the activity on campus. So it gives you representation of 22 actuals to 23 actuals to this year's adopted budget, and then into what we're proposing for FY25. So I won't go through that, but you can see that it looks like there's a dip from 24 to 25 down at the bottom, from 336 million to 500 million. And that's because we have bond obligations, that projects that are winding down, and a majority of that is off of the bond fund.
Yes, thank you. So we had discussed making a transfer into Fund 9 in order to pay back sub-fund loans, and I'm curious what that amount is.
It is budgeted for 1 million, just over $1 million that we were going to put into Fund 9.
I do have one or point of order, actually. So we are scheduled to begin our general board meeting at what time?
6 o'clock.
6 o'clock. Okay.
I'll power through it. Okay. Okay, so these are the highlights again. It's about a 14% increase from the current year for the general fund. And personnel expenditures, like I said, it's just over 80% or just under 82%. So again, biggest bang for your buck when you talk about changes to the everything. Last, well, not last, but I want to call out the cover photo this year. It's called The Elements by Kari Johnson, and hopefully I'm saying her name right. It was done in the summer of 2022. It's on the center building. I wanted to get the whole picture in here, but because it's so big, the resolution was really hard. But this is a snippet. I encourage everyone to go check it out. It's one of our lovely murals on campus. I also want to give, again, credit to my team sitting back here. I'm a collaborative person. I know that doing math by yourself is not a good idea. So I brought the whole team in this year and I just got everybody involved. Kathy back here gave us a lot of great information and graphics on student enrollment. Alejandra, she's the wizard behind the screen, behind the curtain. So I just want to call her out. She's smiling because she doesn't like it when I call her out in public, but well-deserved, and everyone else. Okay. Now, the budget document. So I'm going to ask everybody to flip with me. So the budget message, I'm going to flip with you. Page 6, just a little orientation, written by Dr. Bolger. Gives a great overview. All right, so and then we got, so think about this budget message as this budget proposal as a conversation, right? We're starting large. We give the overview by Dr. Bolger, and then we start large with local demographics. We talk about things like higher education as a whole, the HEPI, inflation, and we start working our way down from there. So local demographics starts on page 10. You can see I already put a bunch of sticky notes on mine too. So HEPI is going to be a couple pages away. It's a nice graph of explaining why we set the tuition rate we did. Page 14. The institutional overview, we're zooming in a little bit, starts on page 20, 19 actually, gives an overview of our programs, what our mission is, how we serve our population. The org chart is on page 26. So it talks about everybody that works here, all the leaders that put the grind into the what we do every day. And then college finance, the overview of the structure of how we methodically plan our budget and do our day-to-day operations is on page 32. All right, so we talk about our resources, our requirements. And then when we actually get into the proposal itself, starts on page 57. So we have it broken down by 9 funds. General fund and restricted fund 9 is our biggest, so that we'll spend the most amount of time there. Capital and debt funds has to do with our bonds and our obligations to pay for things. We also have the other auxiliary funds. So it's grants, contracts, internal revenue, internal programs such as the mailroom and whatnot. And they're all broken down that way because it's how we think of real life. Within those funds, we present our budget by programmatic area. So we talk about things like instruction, operational support, and there's 9 or 10 of them of how we break down our budget. So it's layered budgeting, where our real day life is by org, by unit, by fund. But then when we turn around and put it all together, it's by programmatic area. What is our mission? What do we do on an operational day-to-day kind of business? So you'll see within all of the whole budget proposal, that's kind of how it's laid out. We can go to the next slide. And from there, I'm going to ask who at nighttime read this as their nighttime reader. I did. Okay. So we have half an hour. And I want this to be somewhat a discussion. So I'm going to leave it here. I'm going to see if anyone has questions before I go on to talk through the funds. Wait. Sue? We good? You want me to move on? Yeah.
Oh, sorry, yes.
Yeah.
So we have some decisions to make tonight about fee adjustments for students. Are those already baked into the budget?
They are baked into the budget as an assumption, but we have the opportunity between now and the adopted budget to make those changes. Yep. So what you're seeing in the proposed budget does include those changes.
Jonathan, could you clarify for our community members what fees those might be?
Yeah. So a student comes in the door and they pay a variety of fees that help them, and it helps our college operate. So they have a student fee, they have a tech fee, transportation fee, and they're all exactly what they sound like. And there's a variety of them that add up and they go back into the college to support operations. So for example, the student activity fee supports their ability to partake in different student groups around campus. The tech fee supports exactly that, what it sounds like, IT. So the room setup, the TVs you're seeing around the screen, Wi-Fi. Transportation fee, they get the benefit of having a LTD pass where they can get around, come to campus where they need it. There's a health clinic fee. We have a health clinic on campus where they can go and get mental and health support. And I'd say a third of them are going to be discussed at the board meeting after this for decision on what will be included in next year's budget.
Just really quick, because I think it was really helpful to understand like the conservative variables that we're putting into this budget, including our enrollment increases and so forth. Can you describe the various things that we're taking a conservative approach on?
Mm-hmm. So I would say that tuition enrollment is, I wouldn't call it a conservative approach. It's more of a thoughtful approach. When I came on board a mere 6 months ago, we were talking 5 to 6% as a target. And that's based on the trajectory that we've seen over the last 6 weeks. And like all things finance, you start to gather information and you start to talk to all the minds around the room. We worked with BDS, with Kathy and institutional research to get more information, and we landed at a compromise of 3.5%. So that's one area that it is conservative is not the right word, but it is thoughtful.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Any other areas that we have thoughtful variables that we were thinking one number, but we narrowed it down just so we could have a range that could that would be more pliable, essentially?
Yeah. Well, we know what our personnel costs are going to be, so we have the bargaining agreements in place. So those are also thoughtful in that they're targeted, they're exact. We know what step increases are going to be. We know what the COLAs are going to be. So we've baked those in, not just to the FY25 budget, but also in the long range forecast. So that's also in consideration. So it's almost an opposite approach with positions where you want to over budget. So it's, again, not conservative, but we did include enough to incorporate all of those exact budget changes.
All right, excellent.
Yeah, so last year, right, we had actually, I think maybe somewhat of a optimistic outlook in terms of our increased tuition revenues, right? How many more students are we hoping to get in the fall than we had in the fall before? And we actually ended up by exceeding those targets. But nonetheless, at this time last year, we weren't so certain that we would do that. That was the reason, I believe, the main reason for the revenue for
reserve for revenue.
Excuse me,
Yeah.
the reserve for revenue shortfall in case we don't hit those tuition the targets or the increased enrollment targets, and then we don't have all that additional revenue to meet our expenses. That was what that particular fund was all about. Could you just describe a little bit how the rationale that you used to reduce it? I'm in agreement with it. I just want to understand not just that you reduced it, but the math that you used to get us there.
Right. So we look at we do the algebra of how much does a certain percentage in revenue bring us in the door. right? So if we see a 1% increase in enrollment tied with tuition increase, you get about $250,000 more in revenue, $250,000, $100,000, 250. So 250, right? So we take that 4 million and we look at what our requirements are. What do we want to target with strategic initiatives? And we move it basically from kind of that reserve account and put it into the general fund so we can support more activities because we're becoming more comfortable with what our current enrollment trajectory is. So we're saying that we started with 5% and now we're as a target. So our 3.5% enrollment growth target of where we've landed, the difference between that is about 1.5%. So that's that $350,000 that's sitting in the reserve for revenue shortfall.
So if it's all right, then to follow up, where you're saying that we are confident enough in a 3.5% increase in enrollment such that we don't need to cover that with the reserve. But we are predicting a total revenue growth need of 5%. And so that 1.5% is covering that gap.
5% is aspirational. So the 3.5 is what we think we're going to hit. 5% is what we think is aspirational. I'm going to get nods from my team back here.
So that last question, and even though we've been on this upward trajectory in terms of enrollment growth for, I forget exactly how many terms, 5, 6, 7 terms in a row now, which is great, right? We can see that. What would happen if that flattened out and we didn't meet that 3% enrollment growth that you're projecting now?
Well, then we would need to look at balancing acts, balancing the budget in a couple of different ways. And there's options, which we've all seen in the past. So, but we do have that reserve for revenue shortfall. We also have a couple of contingencies in place that we've seen through the board policies. But with any good best practice, we have to look at our budget proactively throughout the year, run reports, look at the variances and make sure that we're tracking. So it's a little bit of a murky answer, but at that point, we would need to, as a community, figure out what we would need to do to fill the gap, that revenue shortfall.
Charlie?
I'll kind of follow on something Steve was kind of driving at. So if we think about, in the past, we've had concerns about shortfalls, deficits between revenues and spending. Are we saying right now we have a balanced budget and that we have a surplus of $350,000 that gives us some cushion? So in prior years, how accurate have we been on our budget predictions? Meaning in 2024, we probably started with a balanced budget, ended up with some sort of deficit because we transferred funds.
Yeah.
Do we think we have enough? You really think we have enough cushion at $350,000? I don't.
Yeah.
Look at that. I say that seems kind of overly concerned.
Yeah.
That's just.
Well, so I will say that it's kind of on you as a committee to think about that. You're using this framework to help us make that decision. In the budget, we plan for a certain amount of requirements. In the forecast, which is a different lens, we have other items that are not included in a balanced budget, things like vacancy savings, right? We don't have everyone filling every position year round all the time. So when we do our analysis on a monthly, quarterly basis, and we report to the board, we look at those things. And so the idea is to be targeted on a more rhythmic basis, come up with a cadence of reporting. But yeah, it's up to you if you want to have a bigger reserve for revenue shortfall. How do you want to create more of a cushion? And that's up for debate. That's up for conversation right now.
So did you have a question? Did you have your hand up? Oh, you did.
I guess I just have a question on the rites of passage. It looks like there's $56,000 for materials and services for rites of passage in the general fund. I just wanted to know more about what that means, what that is.
Yeah, I actually don't know, so I would have to ask another expert. We put the budget process was very collaborative this year. We had deans, directors, VPs, budget managers across the board putting in budget. So it's a good question. So.
Hello, the Column Joyce Rites of Passage is a program out of our multicultural center, and it's set up and we work with students of color, BIPOC students, and transition through college. So,
Do a check. Do we have anyone sign up for public comment? No one. Okay, so we don't run out of time for that. I'm gonna get Mike next. Lisa and Austin have already had a chance. So,
Yeah, I would, Charlie's question made me think that one of the most valuable things I think for the board is to have the citizen members of the budget committee share with you your perceptions of the assumptions, because that's going to be really valuable to me. Do you think our assumptions are on target? Do you think we're making mistakes? Are we being sloppy? Are we adequately taking too much risk in making assumptions or not enough risk so that we're missing opportunities? That's a real valuable role. I would like the citizen members of the budget committee to assume and share with us as we go through this process.
before there are any more questions, do you have much more to present? You want to go through all of that?
I honestly was going to leave it up for discussion. And if there weren't any pointed questions, I was going to go through each fund and hit the highlights. So yeah. Yeah. If that's productive for everyone. So yeah.
Great, thank you. So one thing that I would like to recognize is that last year we did have a larger reserve for revenue shortfall, but there's a really big difference between this year, which is the second year of the biennium in the budget for the state, and last year. So last year at this point in time, we didn't know what the state was allocating. And we didn't know about some other factors such as the tax credit from the feds. And then there was also the question of tuition, of the enrollment. So there were a lot of variables. There was a lot of instability and uncertainty in the budget process, but we don't find ourselves at the same place this year. I think based on a lot of the, the good work that Dr. Bolger recognized, based on the Budget Development Subcommittee's work, and everybody else who was recognized this evening. So in the second year of the biennium, we know what our budgeting is going to be, right? And we've taken a thoughtful approach to the enrollment increase. However, I did want to ask about the aspirational 5%, because my understanding in our conversations as a board was that was the goal we would be striving to reach, that we budgeted for 3.5%, but that as a college, our goal is to reach 5%. Is that correct?
That's how I understand it. Yes.
Great.
Thank you. And that I will also verify that we didn't know about state funding until June, middle of June.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah,
It was quite a challenging budget cycle.
Yeah.
Yes, it was. But I really wanted to acknowledge, Charlie, what you were saying there in regards to the cushion and stuff like that. And unfortunately, it's also just sort of a reflection of how the state funds higher, just education budgets in general. I've been a part of lots of budget committees where, there's even less cushion with the various aspects that we have to deal with and stuff like that. So I feel like I really wanted to acknowledge what you said, but it's just unfortunately been a reflection of how we fund education in this state. And that's something that we truly, truly need to change. Also, what Will, you were saying in regards to the rites of passage and so forth led me to a question I had, and it doesn't have to be answered today, but in regards to the decrease in expenditures in the Multicultural Center, there's been a significant decrease in that. I'd love to find out a little bit more about the reasons around those decrease in expenditures and so forth, what the impacts are. Obviously, would love to have a broader conversation about that in regards to the Multicultural Center.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'd like to add it to the information request. I can speak to the process a little bit. The process this year is a little bit different than how we've done it in the past. And it's how I've seen it done in best practice at other institutions, where we start the year and we make the high level assumptions of tuition, enrollment, whatnot.
Yeah.
But then we put it out to the budget managers and budget partners across campus from all the way to the top to the bottom. So we put together a budget template that gave everyone historical numbers for the last 2 years, gave them their year to date, and this was through January, February. And then we give it to them and we say, what do you think your budget's going to be? And we let them provide input. So with the Multicultural Center, I don't know the exact details, but we have a very deep, granular, combined proposed budget from everyone that provided input. And so we can get more details of why that changed. It's possible that the budget for those activities didn't necessarily go away. They might have shifted to a different unit, or it might have been incorporated in a different way. But we did use triangulation with the last 2 years of historical data. We looked at trends moving outward, what's the activity in those different units, and then we also got input from those budget managers. So
Excellent. And another question that I don't need an answer today, the testing center. I've been trying to figure out exactly where the budget and where in the budget does the pays for the testing center and the operations of the testing center. Two reasons why I bring up that question, because we're seeing how AI is impacting higher education and academic dynamics, and which creates a need for a controlled testing environment. So there's areas where I would first off like to find out where are we having that funding, if there should be a dedicated funding for a testing center, since there might be a growing need for that with AI and education, and create more permanency with that. So that's just something I would like to have a broader conversation about, and would love some additional details.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sounds good.
Just under 15 minutes left. And I think at this point, if anybody has information requests that they'd like to see, stuff and that would be, this would be a good time for that. Well,
I saw that it looks like there was a reduction in student success funding. And I definitely would like more information on that, especially, just for context, coming off of the pandemic and a lot of people graduating from high school, maybe didn't have the supports they needed for online instruction. And then anybody that maybe needed remedial classes or whatever. So I'm just concerned that a reduction in student success might not necessarily match the retention part of the goal.
Okay. Sounds good.
Oh, Siobhan has her hand up.
oh, okay, Siobhan.
Hi, thank you. Just one thing that I would like more information on is I think some new positions were hired, and so I'm curious about like what fields of study they were hired for. And then one thing that kind of caught my eye in the breakdown of the beautiful graphics of the budget is so beautiful. Thank you to all the people who prepared it. It was very easy to read and I love the colors. But there was a separation from Latinx and BIPOC community members. And I'm just curious, like, where that separation occurs. Are we talking like maybe Spanish speaking people predominantly, or that sort of nature? And then I too am interested with the pandemic and everything ending, or, are virtual learning options still available for students? So and those are all things that I can follow up with afterwards, but those are some of the things that came to the forefront as we went over this lovely budget.
Those are great questions. Thank you.
Oh, Larissa.
Thank you. I noticed that in Fund 7, early retirement, there have been significant increases in the past 2 fiscal years. And I'd like to have some more information about why that is, if that's in response to PERS increases and offsetting that, if there's new programs, if that's movement of dollars from one place to another, like more information about the early retirement program.
And then I'll put myself in the queue. I've submitted a couple of questions because what I'm focusing on when I look at the budget is the risks. What are the risks to the upcoming budget year, and then also the longer term risks. And so in addition to the questions I've asked already, a more sort of big picture question is what are the biggest risks in this budget aside from the longer term? And what sorts of ways can we mitigate those risks? What strategies do you have?
We can answer in detail an information request, but I can say that my own research beyond enrollment is we don't know what state funding in the new biennium is going to be. That's a huge question mark, right? So every 2 years we go through this. I would love to follow the city of Eugene's model of 2-year budget setting to get on the same rhythm as the biennium. So that would help us mitigate that risk a little bit, because we spend a full cycle budget planning, getting a committee together and going through all the risks and setting it. And then we have a whole year where we talk about process and systems and the organization as a whole. And so it's a little more of a detailed operational side planning to help us mitigate risks if funding doesn't come in. We have the faculty contract, which renewed, it's great. It kind of helped us ease into the next year, but that'll come up next year. So that's a big question mark. We don't know what that will be. And then I think the other big risk are the strategic investments that we put up there. Cybersecurity, we have facilities and maintenance that needs to be done. We've been putting it off for years and years and years, and we've cut the budget every year. So that's a risk, because, you know, any deferred maintenance, if you don't address it, it just becomes a bigger problem. So those are some of the ones off the top of my head. So we can put more into the information requests. Yeah.
And to Charlie's point, having a reserve for revenue shortfall that only covers a very small piece of potential drop or potential enrollment shortfall doesn't help you at all when you get to the next fiscal year. So I want to think a little bit more about some reserve for revenue shortfall that would help you once you get into planning for 6. Kind of where my thinking is going.
Good feedback. Thank you.
All right. Oh,
Siobhan.
Siobhan again. Okay.
Sorry, it's just, I also sit on the city budgets committee, and I gotta tell you, switching to the biennial process has allowed us a lot more time to review and to get together and to be a little bit more strategic. Even though the budget is beautifully prepared, it has a lot of information in it that can be difficult to digest in such a short time period. So if there's any way to move along that route. But I just wanted to add that commentary. Thank you.
Absolutely. And from what Brett said, it looks like Portland Community College currently operates off of that. So it's not new for community colleges.
Chair Cutzel George, we would certainly like to be able to give the budget committee a multi-year budget forecast. We'd like to be able to work on that over the next couple of weeks. And so I just want to let you know that that's something that we would like the budget committee to take a look at, but that would take us 2 weeks to really feel comfortable with that budget forecast. We actually shared it with the board on 2 separate occasions this year. It's becoming a routine for us, but it will take us some time to take a look at that. What that would mean is that it would change the budget committee's schedule slightly. Absolutely. So of course, the meeting this evening, we would take the next 2 weeks. So next week, we would not have a meeting, but we would have a meeting on the 15th and then have a meeting on the 22nd if needed.
So that it sounds like if we have any more information requests, we can get those to you we can send them to Celia by email. And then, yeah, there's back to those. As many of those.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think we would aim for, say, the Friday before the meeting, the Friday before the 15th.
Anybody else, more comments or questions?
Yeah, just one other thing. I know in the last handful of years when the budgets were particularly stressed, the places you mentioned that we cut was in the kind of the investment in our facilities, right? And that's been significantly restored this year. I'm happy to hear about that. I believe, right, that we don't talk about it as much, that we probably also likely cut supplies and services, right? So we're not able to, support faculty and staff in the last handful of years the way we would have liked to. Yeah. And that would probably include things like travel, training, so supplies and services covers a wide range of things. I'm just wondering if now that we're on a bit of an upward trajectory, if we could get some information broadly, not at a particular department or anything, like the extent, in percentage and in absolute terms that the extent to which we've been able to restore I'll just call it supplies and service, but the budgets that cover people's ability to, to develop and grow and trained.
So we looked at the budget as a whole, and pretty much I'm not one for broad stroke adjustments, but in this case, we did take all M&S and give it a 3% increase when we did our internal proposed budget. So when you look at last year's budget and this year's budget, our starting point was 3% for all non-payroll across the board. So when we gave it out to our budget partners across campus, they looked at that and we urged them to consider it carefully. Is 3% appropriate here in this one supply line, or do you need it here? And I met with them, I gave presentations, and we provided training on how to consider that. So in some areas, you'll see it's not a flat 3%, but they truly thoughtfully went through it and looked at what they needed and gave us a proposal of, can we get more in this area? So when we got their proposal and we kind of put it all together, we went through it as a whole and said, where can we accommodate everyone's request? So I would say it's a minimum of 3% across the board, plus some increases in areas that needed it and requested for it. And they worked with their other budget partners to get that additional supply. So I can say in one instance, there was a division where two budget partners got together and they said, we're not going to travel next year. Why don't we put that travel budget in your area where we know you're going to need it? And so there was a lot of collaboration this year that I felt really good about. So, yeah.
So I just wanted to acknowledge the fact that our meeting starts at 6 and we do need a little bit of transition time in between, please. Yeah, thank you.
Last question.
So when we have a revenue, when we put that contingency in the revenue shortfall and you have to spend it, where does that come?
Can you say the question one more time?
You had $4 million reserve last year and you have a $350,000 this year.
Mhm.
If you actually have to spend that because it's listed as revenue, where does that come from? Like surplus funds?
Well, it's actually an expense budget. So we move it into the general fund as to cover expense part of the budget. So it's.
Understand that, but if your expenses are exceeding revenues, which is why you have it in there,
Mhm.
right? Assuming that you just reduce the expenditures to offset it, or you take excess surplus funds.
Our methodology right now is to reduce expenses.
Thank you.
Yep.
I think that's it, unless do you have any last comment before we switch over to the board meeting?
No, I don't. I think that you'll need to gavel out is what I understand about the process. Is that right? Okay.
That's the fun part. I always love that part.
Thank you, everybody.
Right. All right, we are going to get started with the regular board meeting. Happy May Day, everyone. We'll go ahead and do a call to order with a roll call.
Kevin Alltucker,
Here.
Shaylin Bays,
Here.
Denise Diamond,
Here.
Mike Eister,
Here.
Austin Fullnagy,
Here.
Lisa Fragola,
Here.
Steve Mattel,
Here.
Zach Mulholland.
I believe he's excused. He's running late from a previous meeting. All right. All right, we're moving to the adoption of the agenda. I just need a motion in a second for adoption.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. We'll do a roll call vote just for adoption.
Kevin Alltucker,
Aye.
Denise Diamond,
Aye.
Mike Eister,
Aye.
Austin Fullnagy,
Aye.
Lisa Fragola,
Aye.
Steve Mattel.
Aye.
All right, excellent. So just FYI, we did the land recognition during the budget committee meeting. So I just wanted to make sure that everyone was aware of that. We also put in here the equity lens questions. Mike, you mentioned that you wanted that to be a part of the agenda so that it's front of mind. And I wanted to make sure it was in the front of the agenda with that in mind. So thank you, Mike, for that suggestion. Responses to information requests. Any comments, questions in regards to information requests? And seeing none, we'll move on to public comment. We have 9 signed up so far in public. How many online? Nobody yet? Okay, so around 9 to 10. So we'll continue with the 3 minutes.
Frankie.
Oh, Frank. Oh, cool. Excellent. 9 to one more online. So I know that there's obviously time periods we want to obviously applaud people doing public comment and so forth. If we could refrain from doing that just to allow for decorum, using the ASL hand wave instead is really helpful for you to show your enthusiasm, but also keep decorum. So we'll start off with the first public comment.
We'll start with Frankie Kokenor.
Hi, can I go in just a moment? My computer's dying, going dark. Can I go after the first public in-person public comment?
Not a problem.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Jennifer Fry, Kathy Thomas, and Ben Hill.
Good evening, Board of Education members, President Bolger. I would like to introduce the team which creates and publicizes the data sheets known as TIPS. Those are being handed out for you. Timely information promoting student success, and share with you our 3 most recent additions. The team includes myself, Dr. Jennifer Fry, Associate Vice President, Academic Affairs, Kathy Thomas, Institutional Researcher, Ben Hill, retired contracted faculty member in math, and Mike Sims, project coordinator for my office, who wasn't able to be here tonight. The purpose of TIPS is to provide student success data to the college community to stimulate reflection, consideration, and discussion about various aspects of our institutional effectiveness. Student success outcomes have recently been linked to the state funding formula, thereby connecting our institutional effectiveness with our funding. Being that student success, institutional effectiveness, and funding are of interest to the board, we are sharing our 3 most recent TIPS additions, which describe the student success aspects of the new funding formula.
Hi, edition number 56, top of your packet. Lane's funding tied to student success. This provides a description of how student priority groups and success metrics will impact funding under the new formula. And graphs on the left compare Lane to other community colleges with regard to minority student enrollments and credit award rates. And both of those are now germane to state funding. At the bottom right, there's a list of ongoing institutional effectiveness work to improve student success and now also enhance Lane's funding.
Number 57, your second page, is priority groups and the new funding formula. It presents a Venn diagram, which might be confusing, But what it does is it diagrams the lanes priority groups and explains how the success funding is weighted more heavily for the priority students, so that the colleges are especially well compensated when students belonging to the multiple groups are supported and succeed in reaching their academic goals. As you see, the cells in the diagram where 2, 3, and 4, all 4 groups are overlapping, it gets progressively brighter or more intense yellow. And as you near the center, it shows that 157 students, or 1.1% of the population, belong to all 4 priority groups. In total, during the academic year 23, 73% of our students belong to at least one priority group. And your last page is number 58. Success metrics in the new funding formula shows our fundable student success for the last academic year, 2023. These success rates represent major milestones in the student experience, including early momentum metrics such as successful completion of college level math and writing, and completion of their first 15 credits, as well as outcomes of degree or certificate awards. Progression also in ABSE and ESL are also recognized through completion of 12 course hours.
So Oregon's approach to this new funding formula recognizes and rewards the role of community colleges in providing pathways to success for all students. For us at LCC, that means our focus and progress improving students' experiences and outcomes demonstrates our institutional effectiveness while positively impacting our state funding. All TIPS publications are available on the institutional research section of the LCC website. Thanks.
Thank you. Frankie? Yeah.
Hi, everybody. Thank you very much for giving me that moment to get my computer back up and going. I'd like to address the concerning shortage of medical providers in the Eugene Springfield area. It's a critical issue that deserves the attention from all of us. In the recent months, our community has faced a significant shortfall in healthcare professionals, including doctors, nurse practitioners, and physician assistants. This shortage has left thousands of patients without access to the care they need. Just over a month ago, the Oregon Medical Group experienced a major exodus of 32 medical providers due to their acquisition by a for-profit company, Optum. This departure mandated a non-compete agreement providers were required to sign, exacerbated existing shortages, and left many patients scrambling to find new healthcare providers. As a result, our community is now grappling with the challenge of accommodating these displaced patients, with some even forced to seek care outside of our area. Given this urgent situation, I urge you to consider voting for option 1, where in-person students pay $55, online only students pay $25, and the clinic receives $150,000 a year from the general fund. By doing so, we can expand access to healthcare services to more students throughout our clinic through our clinic, including triage calls, telehealth visits, and in-person office visits for all students, including online only students. Contrary to the assumption that patients from rural areas might not utilize our clinic, I can attest that we already serve patients from outside the Eugene Springfield area. I believe that due to the healthcare provider shortage in Eugene Springfield, online students only could benefit from having the ability to use our clinic. It's imperative that we take action to address this healthcare crisis so our students, regardless of location, have access to the medical care they need. Thank you.
Thank you.
Claire Dannenbaum, followed by Jerry Minahan and Melinda Bean.
Hi, folks. My name is Claire Dannenbaum, President Bulger and Board of Education. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. In January of this year, I was awarded an awesome and prestigious I Love My Librarian Award from the American Library Association, the New York Public Library, and the Carnegie Foundation. It's an incredible honor to be recognized as one of 10 recipients from over 1,400 nominations across the U.S. I've always felt that the librarian position suited me well, and that it's allowed me to braid together a wide range of intellectual interests, skills, and sensibilities. I have wonderful support from library colleagues and our Dean, Ian Coronado. I also have tremendous support from colleagues across the college and in libraries around the globe. Of all the support I've received at Lane, the most significant has come from our Faculty Professional Development Program. FPD is a faculty-led program to coordinate and enable professional development opportunities such as conference attendance, support for continued learning, sabbaticals, workshops, and other professional learning. It is the most functional team I've ever experienced at Lane. The annual budget is well managed, meetings are friendly, productive, and transparent, and programming is inclusive. FPD is always seeking to improve how it works and develop new ways to meet faculty needs. I want to make a big shout out to the most recent FPD program coordinators, Brooke Taylor, Rachel Knighton, and Aaron Bartley and Adrian Mitchell, and to the phenomenal support we received from administrative professionals, Monica Hancock, Leigh Smith, and Leslie Stein. A huge thank you to these colleagues. You helped me win this award. In my 14 years at Lane, I've attended and presented at regional, national, and international conferences, taken continuing education courses, and attended literally dozens of workshops, trainings, and capacity building activities. For faculty, these experiences build connections between people and between institutions. They inspire deeper exploration and personal commitment to our professions and our disciplines. They impact the classroom and the student experience. To borrow a jargony term from the military, FPD is in fact a force multiplier. For example, at the onset of the pandemic, I took an 8-week course on library learning in online engagement. This influenced the creation of the Library Research Toolkit, which later won a Schaefer Innovation Award. My own research on difference and othering became a sabbatical project on library services to refugees. This project was later presented at ACRL, a national conference, with colleagues at another institution. And then my portion was then published as a chapter in a book on library impacts to the UN Sustainable Development Goals. I could go on. Many things happen. But as faculty, all the myriad ways that we are engaged in our professions and disciplines are brought to the foreground through FPD. This critical work is happening on our campus and radiating from it. I hope you will join me in celebrating the incredible impact of FPD for our collective success. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, President Bolger and members of the Board of Education. I'm Jerry Minahan, and I'm reading a statement for C. Rosenau, who is not able to attend the meeting tonight. She's an instructor in the Department of Writing and Literature. She writes, faculty professional development support has had several important impacts on my work at the college. First, attending conferences and workshops keeps me current in the best teaching practices. I taught Introduction to Imaginative Writing, poetry, last term, and used a workshop I learned while at a poetry conference. If a student writes a poem but doesn't feel that the poem fully conveys what they want to express, they often get discouraged. They might give up on the assignment or even the class because they are still building confidence in themselves as a poet. At a poetry conference, I learned about an exercise called flipping the poem. The writer chooses one or two other poetic forms and recrafts their original poem in those forms to see if they can more successfully convey their message. The exercise gives them a tool to push past writer's block and other barriers, to stay motivated, and to also become more familiar with multiple poetry forms. Second, having support to research, write, present, and publish inspires me. I am energized by each project I complete, and I bring that energy back to my work at Lane. Furthermore, it supports our college's interest in building scholars through undergraduate research. I share my experiences with my students, emphasizing that we are involved in the same enterprise. This approach builds their confidence and signals to them that they might be newer to research, but they are absolutely scholars in their own right. Finally, I learn of opportunities for our students through conferences. For instance, I found out that the Haiku Society of America offers scholarships for students, and I connected some of my poetry students with these scholarships. They received a free membership, including free copies of the Society's poetry journal and mentoring for a year with an established poet. Faculty professional development is important both for faculty and for those they work with. It allows faculty to continually improve, to be excited about their teaching, to share with colleagues what they learn, and to bring their best work into the classrooms and their departments. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Melinda Bean, psychology instructor. I teach lifespan development and general psychology and mental health and psychological disorders. And tonight I'm here to talk to you about some work that I do in the LCC community. I serve as a member on the Faculty Professional Development Committee that reviews applications for short-term leave when faculty want to attend conferences, webinars, classes, and other events that you've been hearing about, which is based on the concept of continuous improvement for our teaching. As a committee member, I review the applications for funding, and as a group, our committee decides whether to approve the requests. One reason that I really like this work is that it provides the opportunity to see how the students will benefit from each request. And it provides the opportunity to see and appreciate the work that other faculty members are doing. For example, faculty may be presenting at a conference to share new skills, like presenting new techniques for engaging students online. Or faculty may be attending meetings to update and learn about new discoveries, new directions or changes in the field, like attending a lecture about how the teenage brain development contributes to differences between teenage and adult thinking and behavior. Faculty may participate in activities to gain new perspectives as well, like participating on a panel that will discuss storytelling and how that contributes to culture. Often they may coordinate and network with colleagues to discuss new technology resources available, like AI resources, or faculty may be earning certificates or satisfying continuing ed for licensing, like our health faculty becoming certified in new clinical techniques that they can share with students. These activities provide new perspectives, renewed energy, and new ideas to share with our students. These opportunities are facilitated by the funding for faculty professional development, which is greatly appreciated. FPD benefits our faculty and students, which is very important for faculty to do their best work and for students to receive a top-notch education. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wendy Lightheart, followed by Wendy Simmons, Eric Kim, and Kendra Rivera.
Good evening, President Bolger and members of the board. I'm grateful for this opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Wendy Lightheart. I'm a full-time math faculty member and have been teaching here at Lane since fall of 2000. I'd like to talk to you briefly about open education resources, that is free or low-cost materials for students. For many years, my colleagues and I were becoming increasingly frustrated with the high cost of textbooks and publishers insisting on creating a new edition every couple years, which made it difficult for students to save money by purchasing used textbooks. We would try to alleviate this by allowing students to use older editions, but often the editions were just different enough that this became problematic, especially when we were assigning problems out of the textbook. I'm happy to report that in the math department, nearly every course uses OER materials. According to librarian Maggie Wright, the adoption of OERs have saved LCC students over $1 million per year compared to the average cost of using publisher-provided textbooks. She also informed me that the percentage of courses using OER materials has fluctuated over the past few years, most likely due to the amount of time and effort it takes to curate, adapt, adopt, and maintain these materials. I can definitely attest to that. Personally, I've spent hundreds of hours, usually during summer break, working on OER materials. I've even had to learn a couple new markup languages, which was kind of fun, but also very challenging and time consuming to learn. Well, I did receive some state and college funding, for which I'm very grateful. It didn't come close to paying for the amount of time I actually spent. Early on, I had a colleague who warned me against this, saying that it was setting a dangerous precedent. So why do I work so hard to make these free or low-cost materials available for my students? For one, I remember what it was like to be a student. I just recently paid off my student loans when I graduated over 20 years ago. So I know what it's like to struggle financially as a student. I do it because I believe that students have enough to struggle with than to worry about whether they can afford their textbooks. I see it as a barrier that I can help remove, which will in turn help students to be able to focus more on their learning and ultimately be more successful in their courses. So as we work through the budget process, please remember how important it is to fund faculty work, both in developing and maintaining OERs. Every OER saves students money, which in turn helps to retain students and reduces their financial stress. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, President Bolger and board members. I'm Wendy Simmons and I teach in the PE department. Adding a new fee for enrollment, otherwise known as a mandatory application deposit, could have a disastrous effect of decreasing enrollment. I believe this would be very discouraging to those applying to the college. It adds yet one more barrier. This could be the reason students don't bother applying, especially for marginalized students and for students who have economic needs. This could be especially problematic to create an additional barrier with the new FAFSA rollout, when the new FAFSA rollout has already created many issues for students seeking financial aid. If we are trying to be affordable and uphold our mission of providing quality, comprehensive, accessible, inclusive, learning-centered educational opportunities that promote equitable student success, this certainly does not align with our mission or values. It's not inclusive, nor is it equitable, and it detracts from our ability to be accessible. Most private and public institutions waive application fees for students with financial need. For example, our neighbor at the UO has an undergraduate application fee waiver program. You can find out more about this at their admissions website, and I will email you the link to the webpage. I would also ask if this fee is relevant. We have not seen a dramatic increase in fake applications. Central Oregon Community College is the only community college in Oregon with such a fee. Do we know the impacts that this is having on that college? Do we know what the impact on their enrollment has been? Do we know why other colleges aren't adopting this fee? Is a new enrollment fee really the right approach to increase enrollment and encourage student success? On an unrelated topic, I encourage you to choose option 1, the top choice from the Health Clinic Task Force to support critical healthcare for students on campus. Thank you.
Any other speakers?
Good evening, Lane Community College Board of Education and Dr. Bolger. My name's Eric Kim. I teach psychology in the social science division. I'm here to talk about what students learn in psychology and the social sciences. There's a tapestry of knowledge that can help us understand intergroup conflict and barriers to cooperation. This tapestry has threads that include history, political science, sociology, economics, and psychology. From the psychology perspective, the simple act of dividing people into groups exaggerates differences. To illustrate this perceptual process, I passed out a picture for you to look at. Most people perceive the left and right sides as different shades of gray. The left side is the same shade of gray as the right. Seeing is believing, right? The line dividing this single shade of gray leads to the perception of differences when there is none. Psychologists study illusions to understand normal psychological processes. To show that these are the same shade of gray, look at the picture and cover the middle line with your finger.
Oh, no.
For those of you at home, do a Google search for Eric Kim and Lane Community College and hit the third link. Look for psychology and Eric Kim, and that'll bring you to the same picture. The process of exaggerating differences between groups is a normal perceptual process that can be unconscious and automatic. This doesn't necessarily mean we will develop prejudicial attitudes or discriminatory behavior. We can make a choice to use this knowledge for good. While there are differences between groups, group membership can exaggerate differences. Men and women are more alike than they are different. We exaggerate differences between Republicans and Democrats. Exaggerating differences can make us feel unique. Exaggerating differences can provide the illusion that the world is black and white and not complicated shades of gray. Dispelling this illusion can threaten the belief of uniqueness and simple explanations. Perceiving similarities to members of other groups can make it difficult for us to dislike them. One of the many steps towards cooperation and learning that perceived differences, is learning that perceived differences may be larger than they actually are. Without knowing, we exaggerate group differences. Perceptual biases, such as the in-group bias, the out-group homogeneity effect, can further exaggerate differences among groups. With the knowledge that we exaggerate differences, we may make a choice to perceive we are similar to others and treat people with respect. Treating people with respect provides the foundation of good social relationships and cooperation. That's what we do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
Kendra Rivera.
Excellent. Learning doesn't only happen in classrooms, it happens in boardrooms as well. Thank you.
I hope we'll keep learning. Good evening. My name is Kendra Rivera, and I am the faculty advisor for the Neurodivergent Student Union. The Neurodivergent Student Network was formed in spring 2023. At that time, the leadership team was told that we would be considered a student club. However, it was clear that being neurodivergent was not similar to the interests of other clubs, which focus on hobbies, passions, beliefs, or careers. Instead, neurodivergence is an identity, similar to, but not the same as race, gender, or sexual orientation. It is not something someone chooses or can get rid of. Neurodivergence impacts our everyday interactions with others, including being stigmatized or discriminated against based on that identity. In fall 2023, we were told that we were granted permission to change the name to the Neurodivergent Student Union. Yet we continue to receive contradictory messages about what constitutes a student identity union at LCC and how student unions are created, led, funded, or maintained. For the past year, the NDSU leadership team and students have complied with each request made of us, yet we gained no access to funding and were not notified of important dates or information that would have benefited our students. My time is too limited to detail all that has happened in the past year, yet I am confident in sharing that the NDSU has faced ableism. Until now, I have chosen to use softer terms to describe what we have faced in an attempt to assume the best in others, to build community, and model effective communication to the students with whom I work. But I now believe that naming and describing our experiences what they are, ableism, is necessary in order to end the cycle in which we have been stuck for the past year. I also want to prevent any future students from experiencing what we have gone through. Like other forms of oppression and discrimination, ableism is often hard to notice. According to scholars, ableism can be intentional or unintentional, and is based on the belief that there is a correct way for bodies and minds to function, and that anyone who deviates from that is inferior. As noted by Mandy Pritchard, Associate Dean of CAR, in a letter of support to the NDSU, neurodivergent students continue to face serious barriers and challenges on college campuses related to functional differences and accommodation needs, as well as stigma and prejudice. While I'm disappointed to report the experiences of ableism, I'm also happy to share that the NDSU has experienced many in our LCC community who have supported us, including Mandy Pritchard, Idris Nawabi, and Avery Old Coyote, and the Diversity Council, faculty such as Colin Pfeiffer and Andrea Hirons, and staff across campus. In conclusion, the Neurodivergent Student Union maintains that LCC's actions throughout this process displayed both overt and covert biases, which resulted in radically inequitable, infantilizing treatment towards NDSU students and faculty advisors. The NDSU requests that the Board of Education consider the following actions. Number one, please vote yes to support student organizations at LCC, an item I believe is on your agenda tonight. Funding is imperative for all student organizations like ourselves to grow and thrive. Number two, please work with LCC to create a work group to establish college-wide standards of practice and policies for student identity unions, including how they are formed, funded, and maintained. And last, please work with LCC to require DEI training, assessment, and accountability for all administrators and staff working with students, and require DEI training for all student leaders, including the SAFC committee. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, any more speakers? All right. Thank you, everyone, for your public comment. Move on to the president's report. Dr. Bulger.
Yes, thank you very much for that. Happy May Day, everyone. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Board of Education for your unwavering support of LCC. As we step into the final 2 months of the academic year, I want to recognize the countless hours you've dedicated to our institution. Your service is invaluable, and I am truly thankful. I also want to acknowledge the finance team and the Budget Development Subcommittee of the College Council. This budget cycle has been robust, culminating in the presentation of the FY25 proposed budget at our first Budget Committee meeting this evening. Since my arrival, transparency around funding and budget development has been a priority. Our spring business forum in April served as an informative platform for the college community. Now, I'm delighted to share some wonderful news with all of you. Recently, we've received some generous gifts through the LCC Foundation that will directly benefit LCC students. Last month, Jennifer Hayward, Dr. Richard Glover, and I had the privilege of presenting at the American Association of Community Colleges Conference, where we showcased our incredible Learning Garden initiative. During the same conference, we were also deeply honored to receive a generous contribution of $2,500 towards student scholarships. But the good news doesn't stop there. I'm thrilled to announce that the Lane Community Health Council has awarded LCC through the LCC Foundation a remarkable gift of $951,230. This substantial contribution will play a crucial role in expanding access to clinical healthcare education with a special focus on providing culturally appropriate learning resources. This gift for healthcare workforce expansion is critical as we position LCC as a workforce and talent development hub for the region. LCHC has been a partner and scholarship donor for several years, and this expands on that important partnership. Thank you to everyone who shepherded this partnership and for your attention to our student and college needs. And I want to just take a little bit of a detour to recognize Grant Matthews, Corey Miner, Jane Reeder, Megan, and Shelley Tinkham for all of your work on that. I would also like to recognize that May is both Mental Health Awareness Month and Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. LCC values the richness of diverse cultures and celebrates the history and accomplishments of Asian and Pacific Islander communities. We are fortunate to provide resources for students to access mental health support. Finally, I'd like to extend a warm welcome to you, an invitation to you for our upcoming events. The spring conference will be held on Friday, May 3rd. We'll be diving into the theme of building a better tomorrow together. And then the LCC open house happens the following day on Saturday, May 4th. We look forward to seeing you all there. That's my report.
Thank you so much. We'll move on to the SGA reports. President Bice.
Board of Education and President Bulger, I'm pleased to present this detailed report on behalf of the current Senate of Lane Community College Student Government Association. We as the SGA are a dedicated team committed to working tirelessly for the student body. We are thrilled to announce several upcoming events that are designed to increase student engagement and foster a sense of community. This starts with our participation in the open house this weekend on May 4th. We aim to showcase our support for the event and make our presence known to incoming students and the larger community. In line with this, the SGA will have a table at this event, complete with Star Wars merchandise to inject a touch of fun and familiarity. Continuing our dedication to fostering a vibrant student community, we are collaborating with Council of Clubs for our spring event on May 16th. This is no ordinary gathering. We're going all out with a circus theme. promising an atmosphere of joy and camaraderie. This collaborative event includes fair-styled games, DJ set, aerialist, along with snow cones, coffee, and even a mechanical bull to add the excitement. On the infrastructure front, we are working on significant tech upgrades with a two-pronged objective: to increase student engagement in student affairs and to augment the meeting space in room 202 of the center building. These enhancements are aimed to provide a smoother, more efficient experience for all clubs and student organizations. Reflecting upon our past events, we are pleased to report that our collaborative efforts have yielded significant results. Our self-defense demonstration, held in collaboration with public safety, was a resounding success, with over 25 students in attendance. The nutrition event in collaboration with Professor Tamberly Powell was another hit, with about 30 students gaining valuable knowledge and a proper diet about balanced meals, aside from winning amazing prizes. Today marked a milestone for us, as we held a mixer for student elections to support 12 active candidates in their campaign on campus. This was our largest event to date, with approximately 100 students attending. The event was a Copernica of delights, featuring a fruit and chocolate fountain, a fruit table, finger foods, and mocktails table. It was heartening to see many students take the time to get to know the future candidates and hear about their passions, and then socialize with the current Senate as well. Regarding the health clinic fee, SJ have continued this discussion and have furthered our understanding of the options provided. We'd like to state that the SGA supports the process and the recommendations the task force brings forward to provide sustainable support for the clinic. We apologize for any confusion this may have caused and are committed to making more informed decisions moving forward. As always, our primary goal is the betterment of the student body. We are excited to continue our work and deeply appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate the Star Wars reference and May 4th. Yeah, thank you. Moving on to the consent agenda. Anything that wants to be, any board member want to remove anything from the consent agenda? Otherwise, a motion and a second to approve.
Move approval.
We have a second?
Second.
Excellent. It's been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda. We'll do roll call vote just to make it official.
Kevin Alltucker,
Aye.
Denise Diamond,
Aye.
Mike Eister,
Aye.
Austin Fullnagy,
Aye.
Lisa Fragala,
Aye.
Steve Mattel,
Aye.
Zach Mulholland.
Aye.
Excellent. Consent agenda has been approved. Moving on to the Bond Oversight Committee appointment. We have one applicant. Pull up the right page here. Oh my goodness. Oh, there. Bill Hirsch. You see the resume and the letter of interest for the Bond Oversight Committee. Lisa.
Yes, I move to appoint Bill Hirsch to the Bond Oversight Committee.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Lisa, do you want to speak to the motion? Mike? All right, any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstention? Seeing none, approved. Next is application deposit. And Dr. Bolger, we have President.
Yes, I'd like to ask Dr. Joyce and John Nisbet to talk about the application deposit. This is an item that the board was able to see at the work session just a couple of weeks ago. Dr. Joyce?
Hello, Dr. Bolger, board. Thank you. I appreciate the chance to talk to you. Actually, do you want to go up there? Would that be easier, John? No. Okay, so I just want to say this is a very real problem. We had over 500 fraudulent applications this spring alone. It is increasing term by term. We have found that financial aid staff, admissions staff, enrollment services staff, IT are all spending hours and hours a week on these fraudulent applications. We have to go through them by hand. It is a real problem. I also wanted to mention, we've worked closely with Central Oregon Community College, and I would like to read out an email that they sent to us on this. This is from Tyler Hayes, the Director of Admissions and Registrar. We asked about the application deposit. So he said, we have a one-time application fee for students. Historically, this fee was required to be paid at the point of registration. In other words, students were still able to get their account information before paying. When we started to see a high volume of fraudulent applications coming through, we shifted our process to requiring the application fee at the front end of the process before the student receives access to their account. This almost completely eliminated the fraudulent applications, and we did not notice any decline in the number of students applying and paying. We created a communication plan through our CRM for those who don't pay at the point of applying and offer them a chance to reach out to our office if they are unable to pay the fee or need additional time to pay. Again, this is a very small number and most pay. We would be looking at doing something quite similar. And as for enrollment at Central Oregon Community College, there's information readily available online. Central Oregon Daily and KBND News in Bend, a news announcement from the college in fall of 2023, the enrollment was up 11.1%. They're on a similar trajectory with us with enrollments. So I did want to clear that up to start with, just because facts are important. And so one other thing as well, yes, financial aid has been troublesome and has continued to be so. It's really affecting the privates, the four-year states, and it's been affecting us too. However, things have started to improve. Our mailbox to receive FAFSA records is now set up. We have 6,000 FAFSA records and 5,000 are unduplicated. There's going to be some work getting through these, but we'll begin loading records into our system on May the 8th, and we'll be totally caught up with transactions by May the 17th. That's a bold goal. This is from Kathleen and the financial aid director, but we're going to be getting close. So we're really hoping that we get financial aid sorted out, and we'll probably be able to do it before the four-year institutions because their process of awarding is much more complex. And so anyway, the whole thing about the application fee is, one, we get to spend more time on the students who are legitimate. We get to spend time on applicants who are coming here to study. People are stealing financial aid and we end up paying for it. This to me, Central Oregon is the only college that's not having this problem because of what it did. And for me, this is important that we do. Since I got here, we have a fraudulent application task force that meets regularly and spends a lot of time trying to figure out technical ways of stopping students, fraudulent students, characters from doing this. And so I guess that's about all I had on that. Anything? No.
All right. Any questions from the board? Mike?
I'm looking for a motion.
Oh, yeah, we can do a motion right off the bat. Yeah.
Yeah, well, just to get the discussion started.
Yeah.
Create a $25 application deposit for domestic credit applicants at LCC. This does not include College Now, Early College, ABSE/ESL, or any course programs that are non-credit and ineligible for financial aid.
All right. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right. Excellent. Did you want to speak to your motion, Mike?
Unless somebody tells me something I haven't thought of, it seems like a good idea to solve a problem fairly simply.
Kevin?
I think we need to add to the motion that the application deposit will be applied to the student account.
Is that assumed in the language?
That is correct. We will be applying that to the student account. Yes.
Do you want to add more to that? Kevin?
Well, I think we need to amend the motion to say that.
I'll accept that as an amendment.
Okay, perfect. So, go ahead, Lisa.
We need to vote on the.
I know. I wish there was friendly amendments. Anyway, let's go ahead and we have a motion for amendment. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor for the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, abstain. Excellent. We are now discussing the amended motion. Lisa. Of course, also, I apologize. Steve and then Lisa. I apologize.
But my point's actually been covered by Kevin.
Oh, fantastic. Great. Lisa.
I wanted to ask what kind of reporting we're going to have on this, how frequently, and I'd like to request an annual report next year so that we understand the implications and if it is impacting, like impacting positively, impacting negatively.
Yes, I'd be happy if once a quarter we could bring forward a report of fraudulent application numbers, our regular application numbers, if are up or down based on this, and then an annual report. Yes.
Great. Thank you.
I'll put myself in the queue here. The only reason I'm going to vote yes on this is because of our staff. I want to reduce the workload on our staff and so forth. With the promise that we are never going to put the word fee next to this, not in the language, not in the application, not part of our fee schedule when we do the calculations and in comparison to other colleges, that this is a deposit, not a fee. Any other discussion? All right, we will go ahead and vote on the amended motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Abstention. All right, excellent. Unanimous. Moving on to the health, I apologize. A student activity fee, item C. Dr. Balder?
Yes, I wonder if we could take 3C, D, E, F. We'll take them one at a time, but if we could just go ahead and do all of those. So I will turn this over to Dr. Joyce. And then Brent Munoz, I think, is going to be handling 3E. But if we could just go ahead and keep that moving after the board has a chance to vote on each one of them individually.
Yeah, if you could, yeah.
Thank you, guys.
I think I could ask, actually, if I could ask Carl Ye to speak to this one, because he went through the entire process. If that's okay.
Hello, President Bolger and the members of the board. Thank you for letting me have the time and opportunity to present this to you. So we have a wonderful group of students known as the Student Activity Fee Committee, actually chaired by a student and who functioned as a way to determine what the allocation of the student activity fees that are charged to each student every term should go into which groups. And as you can see on your screens, this is what they have recommended to the president and then now later to the board to approve. Some of the highlights I will give very quickly are that there was an increase given to Council of Clubs, which just went over in the screen there. We had actually some groups that actually voluntarily decreased how much they would get allocated and let the Student Activity Fee Committee know that. And so you would see here Lane Student Government Association, our student government, where President Bays is part of, it voluntarily went down by $1. So it's a 10% decrease. The Maxwell Student Veteran Center, their student groups are on hiatus. So until they get those started again, they will hopefully ask for their funding to be reinstated, but they went down by 12.28%. Next, we have there was a slight increase given to the Native American Student Association. It went up by 4%, and this is to help them with their annual powwow, which is a more than just a local event. It's really a statewide event that attracts many people from the community to our campus. And then next, of course, we had the Neurodivergent Student Union, which received $1. And so they are a brand new, this has not happened in my recent recollection. And I don't know if there are others who have experienced this, but we do have a new student group that is now part of the Student Activity Fee organization that receives the Student Activity Fee rather. So with that, I should mention that the Student Activity Fee Committee was very conscientious about all the rising costs. And so one of their goals was to keep the student activity fee as close to what it was the previous year. And so as you can see, last year it was at $63.12 per student per term. It is now at $63.07, which is actually a 0.08% reduction. So, but another way to look at it is it's pretty much the same. And so they were able to achieve all of that. And I just want to thank the chair, Zion Neves, for leading the group and all the students who are all volunteers who went through and made these decisions. And I'm open to any questions.
Questions, please.
The grant or the award that was given for the Learning Garden, if I understand correctly from the report, is that go into this for the students to use, or how does that work?
The if Wendy Judd is here, this is the $2,500 scholarship that I mentioned. I believe that's what Trustee Diamond's talking about. So I'm not sure that we've made that decision just yet. Is how it's going to be allocated and to where.
It is a scholarship. Oh, okay. So scholarship equals goes to a student participating in this. Okay, thank you.
Perfect. Any other questions? Actually, a brief question. Down to this neurodivergent student union. You mentioned student group. Is this a student union or is it a student group, club?
Right.
Yeah.
So currently there is no definition for no firm definition for what a student union is. So any group can be a student union. It's just a name that they decide upon themselves as to what they would like to be called. And so we do have different groups that are, some of them are called unions, some of them are not. Some people may say that identity unions or affinity groups may want to use that designation. And some of the ones that may fall under that kind of definition have not chosen to use union as part of their name. And just notably, like the Native American Student Association could be considered an affinity group or identity union, but they do not choose to go under that name. It doesn't guarantee, being a union does not guarantee any funding either from the college administration or from the Student Activity Fee Committee. Every year, the Student Activity Fee Committee could make some decisions that could increase or decrease, create new groups or have new groups become Student Activity Fee recipients or no longer. And that has happened. For example, Augsburg, I believe now it's been a year, no longer receives student activity fees from the students.
Understood. And but there's a bylaws committee, right? That looks at the bylaws on a regular basis with the student. Because probably a good area to put a definition is in bylaws probably and stuff. So
it's definitely an issue that we should look into more. And so I think you'll probably see more to come on that one.
Absolutely. And from my understanding, there was a process for the neurodivergent student union had to go through in order to get this funding. Can you kind of explain that?
Oh,
process?
absolutely. Yeah. So to get funding from the Student Activity Fee Committee, for new groups, they would need to, of course, let the Student Activity Fee Committee know that they are interested in receiving that. There is no firm protocol in terms of what you need to present. I mean, in theory, you could just show up. You don't have to have a PowerPoint or any paper with you and just ask for money, and it could happen that way. In fact, actually, that's exactly what happened with NASA this last time around. It was just a motion was made and it was approved. So I would say to any group, if you want a really higher probability of getting funding is coming in, making a presentation would probably be a very wise thing to do if you're seeking funding from the Student Activity Fee Committee.
Understood. And one last question is student government, the committees, do they receive DEI training as they go through their service in student government?
There is various kinds of training that they received in terms of formal DEI training. I would say no, not in perhaps not in maybe the way you're asking, but there are definitely different kinds of training with terms of respect and diversity, et cetera.
Understood. Just a brief comment in regards to concept of ableism. I mean, there's things I need to learn about that concept myself. So I'm really open to learning more about that and how we can create processes that prevents ableism in all of our processes as an institution. So again, I have more to learn about that as an individual and an individual board member, but I'd love to have broader conversations in regards to that. Thank you for answering my questions.
You're very welcome.
Lisa.
Yeah, and I am curious in terms of those presentations or requirements. I mean, under federal law, we're supposed to allow accommodations for individuals who might have disabilities or identify as neurodivergent. Are there accommodations for people provided if they request it?
Absolutely.
All right, any further questions? Mike?
I'd just like to commend the group. I know it's really easy to have this fee grow and expand. I'm sure that your expenses really don't go down every year. And so that means that you're being very strategic about how you're spending your money. And commendations on that.
If I may respond to that, I so appreciate you saying that, mostly because of like, just to illustrate how difficult of a choice it can be. One of the things that SAFC has to do is to try to balance all of the students' needs, given that sometimes it may not serve as wide a population. I mean, by definition, some of these groups that you see before you are minority groups. So, but they do bring a benefit to the entire campus, and it does take a lot for the SAFC, and we try to do that with their training to recognize that it's not just about the numbers in terms of like how many people you're serving, but the greater benefit that it brings. And there are lots of criteria that they have to look at when making these decisions about what groups, the allocation that they choose to give to each group.
Any further questions? Seeing none. Oh, well, Steve.
Well, I just moved to approve the recommended student fee budget as presented.
Excellent. Been moved and seconded. Steve, any discussion?
Nope.
All right. Any further-
Other than to say, to echo what Mike said, please pass along my appreciation in any case. And to the students that you work with for coming up with this budget. It's I'm happy to support the process that you all have enacted.
Thank you very much. I will do that.
Excellent. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor for the student activity fee as presented signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Any abstention? Excellent. Next is the health clinic task force recommendation fee.
Yes, we'll move right into this item as well. Dr. Joyce?
Okay, I think first of all, we're going to have Shelley, were you going to start? Yep. John is going to start.
Okay.
All
Sorry.
right, well, I'll start. So if you recall in our discussion at the last meeting, there were a number of options put before you, and it introduced a discussion on lots of different ways to fund this $1 million unit or operation on campus and its value to students. A few questions and comments came up around that I'll address first, and then we can get to more of the material aspects of the fee. One, did this have any impact or implications on the Moody's rating for the institution? Largely no. So the Moody's rating would largely be irrelevant to the decision made here. I'd say things like the ending fund balance, other unrestricted net assets, and growing those pools are way more impactful, as well as the trends for enrollment growth. Way more important to Moody's or credit rating agencies. Second, what implications would decisions in this mean for the Fund 9 payback? So we have $1.17, I believe, million planned for the next 5 years as part of the payback from the general fund to Fund 9 to restore those sub-fund deficits. This would slightly change that. So we currently, from the general fund, from Fund 9, pay $300,000 or so to augment funding for the health clinic. That comes then and is restored from the this payback plan. About $300,000 a year would move from the general fund to Fund 9 to support the operation. So if we make changes to this, think about it in relation to around $300,000 of current support. And lastly, really, when we think about this big picture, tuition and fees, we've shared and presented earlier on our status of or level of tuition and fees collectively against other community colleges in the state. And still it's preliminary as to where all these changes will shake out. A lot of other institutions have not made their indications or changes around other fees public yet. So in the fall, want to come back and share with you about where we stand. But we think generally where this puts us is going to maintain the position and perhaps push us up more toward or near the top. So I think we'll maintain our position and ranking against other community colleges. I think that's it as far as comments I want to make on that. And then let's get into the material of it.
Do you have time for questions, or would you like to get through the presentation?
Let's try and get through the
presentation. Excellent.
There was also a question that came up from the board about, assuming this was a self-sustaining model, because all the recommendations that you see in front of you makes the assumption there would be some support, except one from all of them would need some support from the general fund. So the question was then asked, if there was nothing that we would need from the general fund, how much would this cost? So we took a look at that, and what we found, if we were to charge only students taking in-person courses, that fee would be $82.17 per term. Again, this is a thought experiment. And if we were to charge all students, that would be $56.28 per term. And this is based on our enrollment projections for the fall term. Now, as we were doing this, one thing that we did discover is that our online students presently are paying a course fee for any online course. It is no less than $10 and it can be as high as $50. So our online students are currently paying that fee, and it's a course fee.
All right, and the task force, as we talked about in the last meeting, brought forth these 5 different options here. And of the options, the recommendations, the 2 that landed up top were the first one on the chart there, which would be $55 in-person and hybrid credit students, 25 online only credit students, and 200,000 from the general fund. And then the second highest recommendation would be the one at the bottom of the chart, which is $60 in person and hybrid credit students, and $0 for online students, with the option to opt in at $60 a quarter. So that would include 270,000 from the general fund. And so those are the options that I guess we lay before you, those recommendations, and wanted feedback from the board about those.
Excellent. We'll go ahead and start with discussion. Zach and then Steve. Zach?
Just a quick point of order, if that's all right.
Yeah.
I think the next slide kind of helps.
Oh, yes, it's a bit.
Cue them up a little bit better. Yeah.
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 Thank you.
Okay, perfect. So Zach, go ahead.
Where was I?
What is the current fee this year?
$45.
$45. And do online students pay that?
No, they do not. They can opt in if they wish. The majority of them do not.
Thank you. So I personally am leaning towards option 2, that would not have online students be able to opt in, but they would not be required to pay. And then I would be interested in having a conversation about potentially increasing this fee slightly to pull less from the general fund and phasing that in over a number of years. And that's where I'm at the moment.
All right. Steve, were you still in the queue? All right. Sure. Yeah. Okay, cool. Excellent.
I'm roughly in the same position as is Zach. I said last time and thought about it since that I don't think I can't come up with a rationale for charging this fee to our online only students. I think probably it's a growth area for the institution, right? That those students who are choosing to be online, I would guess that significant numbers of them are choosing that in part because it's a way to for them to manage their total cost of attendance. So for us to tack on an additional fee for them, almost guaranteed that they don't take advantage of, just seems to undermine our own kind of strategy for growth in that area. So like Zach, I'm in support of option 2, willing to fund 270,000 out of the general fund this year, and then would like to see some process by which we step that down long term.
Mike and then Lisa.
I might have misunderstood. I thought last month, I understood that the general fund was subsidizing the health center, the health clinic, to the tune of 400,000. But I thought I heard you say 300,000 this time.
It's between there. Yes.
Somewhere in that ballpark.
Yeah.
Okay. So I am with Zach and Steve.
All right, Lisa.
So it's my understanding that students don't fall into these clean categories of only in-person classes and only hybrid classes. And that many of them opt to take a variety because, you know, that's a great option. So how does that play out in how we charge the fee? If they're taking in-person classes at all, do they still pay the fee?
Yes, if if they are in person at all, they pay the fee. Roughly about 30% of our students.
30, did you say 30?
Roughly 30% of our students each term are online only. But you are correct. It could, some of our students are taking a variety of courses.
Excellent.
Is
I
that correct?
put myself in the queue here. I mentioned last time I'm in favor of option one here. First off, because it was the recommendation of the task force. Second, it was the recommendation of the student body as well. Earlier this meeting. Second off, the way to look at the student health center is how can we create this student health center to be sustainable, adaptable, grow with capacity as we see more students and so forth, especially if we see more online students. Additionally, I feel that with the current system where they have to opt in, they would actually be paying significantly more they'd be essentially paying the in-person fee as opposed to a $25 fee, which would be more of a financial burden on them. And so I feel there's so many greater benefits with option one here. I also want to just simply state some of the additional benefits because what we see with OMG, Oregon Medical Group, and what we've seen with hospitals closing outside of our community and so forth, the student health clinic can be literally a consistent health service available to our student population, whether if they're online or in person, and be available to them at an affordable cost. I would also say that I haven't spoken to a few of the individuals who work at the student health clinic, a population that greatly benefits from their services, especially if they started off online, is nursing students. There's vaccination requirements that nursing students have that they have to pay hundreds of dollars if they were to go even through their own medical insurance, which they don't have to pay anything if they were starting off as an online student or $55 in person. So with this, I think that we should go as a board with the first recommendation based off of the task force, the student, also what we've seen in public comment. Steve.
Just a question for whoever may have been involved in the student review of the fee structure. Were there any online only students who participated in that review?
In the task force?
Yeah, all right. The student body, I believe, student body president, right, made a recommendation based on some participation of students themselves. I don't know how that was conducted, so I'm just asking, were online students only part of that process?
Thank you, Steve. The student government did reach out to, I believe, 35 students. They talked to some who were online. That the ones online did not like the idea of paying the fee. We also did 2 surveys, one in spring of last year and one in fall of last year, where the students who responded were pretty much consistent with our entire student body, and the online students pretty much were. Face-to-face students were willing to pay a certain amount, as low as possible, and the online students were willing to pay possibly, but the drop and not was basically what we've seen. There's another slide, I think, that has a bit of that information from there. And if Shaylin is still available to speak to as well, how how student government approached gathering their information.
Yeah, unfortunately, Shaylin had to go. Yeah, so apologies. Mike and then Lisa.
Do we know, I'm sorry, did you get a chance to speak?
Please go, Mike.
Do we know if online students currently are eligible and what kind of usage we get at the health clinic from online students?
I don't know about the numbers that use it. Did we collect that?
They are eligible. My understanding is that most students do not opt in. I don't have the numbers right in front of me. I know that we have Dawn here. Dawn could probably speak to this with a greater level of authority than I could.
So we haven't pulled the numbers in over the last year, but I remember when we presented this information last year to the board, I think it was running about 4 to 6% of the total online population.
That were eligible and used it?
All of them are eligible, but it was about 4% that was actually using it.
Oh, 4 to 6, not
Mhm.
46.
Yeah, no, 4 to 6. Yeah. Again, I would have to want to look at those numbers, but if I recall correctly, it was about 4 to 6% that were opting in and paying the fee.
So, Lisa?
Yeah, so you said that we currently are funding the health clinic from somewhere between 300 to 400,000. So either of these proposals that we're looking at would decrease the amount that we're then providing from the general fund. So these plans indicate a decrease in what we'll be providing, correct? Yeah. Okay. So I just wanted to say that
Go back to the previous thinking.
that I appreciate the conversation in detail about the needs of our students, but I would like to commend this board that we are making the choice to provide sustainable funding to our student health clinic, and also recognize the administration for moving that choice forward to the board. One thing, as you know, Dr. Bolger recognized that it is Mental Health Awareness Month. Our student health clinic is an important access point for mental health for students on campus. And those services are critical in this day and age. And so if we think about the investment of $270,000 or $200,000 in the mental health and well-being of our student population, I actually think we should probably be investing a heck of a lot more than that. But I am absolutely pleased that this board is considering at least one of these two top choices that was presented to us to provide a sustainability plan for our student health clinic. So thank you very much for that.
Excellent. Zach and then Mike.
Thank you. Can you tell us a little bit more about how these were ranked in terms of first and second choice? Was this the outcome of a scoring process that recommended that this was the first and second top scorers, or did the committee say, we as a committee say that this is number one, and we as a committee say that this is number two as our recommendation?
Yeah, thank you. That's a good question. If you look at the column that shows first choice, you'll see the 47% and 9. The numbers, those smaller numbers, are the numbers of people who were at the last health clinic task force meeting who voted. And those are the areas they voted for. You can see it was a small enough group. It was about 26 to 28 the first time round we did a task force a year ago. And then there's a bit of a smaller group this time. So those are the numbers of people in the task force who voted, if that makes sense.
So those are the two highest scoring proposals.
Exactly.
The committee as a group didn't necessarily say, we as a group say that this one's better than this one.
No, they just scored it like that.
Thank you.
Exactly.
All right, Mike and then Steve. Mike?
I find the interaction of the board on topics like this really helpful because I'm swayed as I hear different comments. And with the reduction of availability in the community of access to medical care, I'm leaning toward the direction of wondering if people were charged, online students were charged $25, if that might in fact incentivize them to take advantage of the opportunity. I know that I had the bad luck of getting COVID when I was in DC. And so I did a telemedicine visit that turned out to be perfectly helpful and appropriate and didn't need to see a doc in person. And I'm wondering if online students might even be more inclined to do telemedicine, and if they were paying $25 to take advantage of the service. So I'm leaning more Austin's direction on this.
Steve?
But now I just have a point of clarification, I guess. I didn't think that this services included telehealth. Am I incorrect about that?
Yeah, would you like to speak on that?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, if you come to the mic, just, I apologize. Thank you so much.
Hello, Board and President Bulger. I'm Laura Green. I'm the Director of the Health Clinic. Yes, we do provide telehealth from our provider in the health clinic. Maybe there was a little confusion in the presentation a couple weeks ago, because I think we talked about the possibility a year ago. One of the options was switching entirely to telehealth from an outside company. And that was going to be extremely expensive, like getting rid of the health clinic, paying a different company to provide telehealth to the students. And we looked into that option, and that was extremely expensive. But we in the health clinic do provide telehealth. And in addition to any of these recommendations, we thought it would be useful to add a service, which would be a nurse advice after hours line, which is something we don't provide now, but that would be available to online students if they had access to the health clinic as well.
Excellent.
Mhm.
You have a follow-up?
I do. Would you go to the slide that shows summarizes? I think just, I guess I'm ready to make a motion. I want to move to approve the $60 in-person and hybrid credit student fee, the $0 for online only credit students. They can opt in at $60, and a $270,000 contribution from the general fund for the fiscal year 25.
I second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Steve, would you like to start? Would you like to bring up, I'm sorry. Would you like to say something in regards to your
Well,
motion?
just briefly, I think there's been lots of good points made all the way around, but despite the sort of competing proposal, what I'm hearing from staff is that our online students have largely weighed in on this and have told us that this is not what they want. And there is an option for them to participate if they make that choice. So therefore, I feel like option 2 there, well, I'm calling it that, the second choice that I just moved to approve, provides that flexibility for them and is a nice balance point for all others considered.
Kevin, I know you had your hand up prior to the motion. Are you able to still speak on the motion? Or is your comment pertaining to the motion, or?
I'll pass.
Okay, gotcha. Any further discussion? I'll be voting no on this one because I do feel that the first choice gives the most financial options for our institution. And I truly, truly want to just advocate for those who thought highly of the second choice, that that with the access, again, we are seeing reduced access to healthcare within our community, and getting an online student, and especially from rural areas, in with $25 can be incredibly beneficial to them. And so I would advocate voting no on this, and then a new motion for the first option. Mike?
Ditto.
All right, any further discussion? All right, we'll go ahead and move to a vote. All those in favor of the second choice option?
How about a roll call?
Oh, roll call vote. Okay, we'll do a roll call vote. All those in favor of the second, oh, I'm sorry. Autopilot. All right, please, roll call vote.
Kevin Alltucker,
Nay.
Denise Diamond,
Yay.
Mike Eister,
No.
Austin Fulnagi,
Nay.
Lisa Fragola,
Aye.
Steve Mattel,
Aye.
Zach Mulholland.
Aye.
All right.
That was a very unusual arrangement of.
Can I say something about it? I think the points made about the online are a very good and strong argument, especially, for example, Florence students can only right now do online, but I do think that the option, we don't know all the ways in which people are accessing the healthcare. And I know we cannot afford 400,000 out of the general fund. So giving the clinic the most that we can, 270,000 out of the general fund is at least another support in that direction. So that was my logic.
All right. Excellent. Moving on to technology fees. Dr. Bulger?
Yes, and this, we've got two more fees, everyone. I don't know if, John, you're doing this or if someone else is, but,
Sure. Yeah, I'll take it.
okay.
Well, so as previously discussed, Lane uses a student-facing student success tool called EAB. And that software has been covered by a grant until this, I think Brent had said June. So when that grant expires, 185,000 to cover EAB would move over to the IT budget. So this proposal is to increase the technology fee currently from $13 per credit hour to $14, and that will entirely cover the EAB tool. So the other advantage is that we're not eligible for grant renewal for 2 years. So by covering this, it will then make student affairs eligible to apply for the grant after a 2-year waiting period. Is he? Oh, well, hey, Brent.
Hello.
Did I capture that correctly?
Yeah. And I'm happy to answer any questions if anyone has any.
Any questions for Brett?
Brenda happens to be at a conference and that's why
Yes,
he's.
yes,
on Zoom.
absolutely. Yeah. Zach, go ahead.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Excellent. Go ahead.
I move to approve a $1 increase per credit in student tech fee to accommodate the increased cost from $13 per credit hour to $14 per credit hour.
I second.
Excellent. It's been moved and seconded. Zach, any comments on your motion? Excellent. Just a brief question in regards to like software and stuff like that. I believe our contract with our phone system is going to be up in 26. So is any of these funds helping prepare for a new contract with our phone systems, or and maybe I have a second question on top of that, but I just wanted to verify if this increase is preparing for any upgrades in our phone systems and how those operate.
This does not take that into consideration. This is strictly an effort to cover the cost of EAB as it's transitioned into IT.
Understood. And also, this fee also covers any upgrades to computer systems, especially for computer systems that help increase access for ADA and special accommodation technology.
The technology fee as it's applied really can be used for any student-facing technology needs. The remainder, the $13 credit hour the base right now, $13 per credit hour, does cover that, and we are in preparation and considering upgrades and contract changes. In fact, I have the our phone guy working on estimates right now. Yeah, anything that's student facing, this fee covers that.
Fantastic. Thank you. Kevin?
Yeah, question. So this increase seems to be focused on the fact that we're not eligible for to write a grant for another 2 years. So do you see this fee as sunsetting after 2 years, or is it just built into the fee structure going forward forever?
That's an interesting question. And I currently, the thought process is that we would maintain the fee, and that would allow student affairs to reapply for the grant for other innovative efforts in 2 years when they're eligible again. We certainly can revisit that topic and get more information and look for longer term, but for right now, the intent is to make this a sustained fee increase.
All right. Any further questions? Oh, Lisa.
Kevin, the board always gets to decide on that.
All right. Seeing no further discussion, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Any abstention? All right. Next, we're moving on to the one-time credit enrollment fee.
We have one more fee, and Dr. Joyce, are you doing this one?
Yes, I'm actually going to ask Dawn
Okay, thank
Whiting to get up and talk about this one. Thank you.
So the one-time credit enrollment fee, this is a fee that's been longstanding at the institution. We're recommending a modest $1 increase. Basically, the fee goes to cover expenses for printing of diplomas, postage, ensuring that those things are covered so that students don't have to pay them when they apply for graduation. It's currently $30. It's been $30 since it was first implemented in 2006. And so we'd like to ensure that we have proper funding for postage and other printing costs at the point of graduation and issuing of certificates for our students.
All right. So require a motion, Zach?
Move to approve a $1 increase to the one-time credit enrollment fee from $30 to $31.
Second.
All right. It's been moved and seconded. Any comments on your motion, Zach?
No.
All right. Any further discussion? Yeah, stamp prices are going up. So all those in favor signify for the one-time credit enrollment fee increase to $1 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, abstention. Great. Great job on all the fees there, everyone. All right, moving on to the bond project prioritization.
Yes, thank you. I think that certainly Tom Goodhue is here and Jennifer Hayward is here. Oh, there you are. You're coming up. And they will walk us through the bond project prioritization. Thank you.
Hi, thanks for having us here tonight. In your board packet, we provided a spreadsheet that lists all the bond projects that have been completed to date, all the ones that are in process, and then the several that we'd like your input on prioritization on tonight. And then also a crosswalk comparison between what was stated in the voters pamphlet and what the projects that we've done under each of those areas. And then put together a short presentation that just provides a little bit more detail on each of the remaining bond projects that we're asking you to help us prioritize tonight. I can click through this and talk about it if you want, or you, yeah?
Yeah,
Okay, let's do it. Okay, thank you. Number one, we'd like to increase the bond administrative expense fee from 4.3 to 5 million. This equates to 3.2% of the funds, which is still much lower than capital projects typically spend. We're doing a really good job in this area. Safety and security projects is a bucket that's been in the bond dialogue the whole time. And these remaining safety and security projects are about $3.3 million that include structural repairs to the walkways around the second level of the center building. Very important. Classroom security and access control upgrade. This is something we've been talking about for a long time. Fire alarm panel and mass communication upgrades, updating our outdated systems in both this case and in the access control case. And then additional safety and security projects, which we're collaborating with public safety on what the priorities are. But at this point, it's looking like their cameras and safety film for doors and windows. Do you want to talk about building 16?
Sure.
Yeah.
Building 16 is our science lab project. It's currently in a design process. We have an architect on board. We have commitment from the state for capital funds of 8 million. We also have a state seismic grant application that hopefully next week we'll hear more on. We've had a design team underway on this for over 6 months. Unfortunately, the cost of the project exceeds what our initial allocation is, and we're at a crucial point in this project. Either need to put a pause on it to totally restructure the project or commit to some extra funds. And part of the request here is not knowing about the seismic, the outcome of the seismic group project, needing to get a commitment to release the design project. Current plan is to complete design and begin construction in the winter quarter of in 25. That's academic planning going on right now. If we have a delay on this or have to restructure it, that'll change our academic planning and impact that students as well. So that's just a quick explanation of where we're at.
I have a question.
Do
So, yeah,
Quick question.
quick question on that. So what percent increases of the total project cost is that 3 to 5 million?
The total was 22, so.
We go from 22 to 25, so about 15%.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, next project on here is public safety relocation. That's one that is really driven by their location in Building 12, which we'll get to later. But Building 12 has some significant structural deficiencies, as well as it really has some problems in serving the needs of the department just in the space requirements as well. Even if we don't do the demolition of Building 12, not a safe building to occupy, so they would need to be relocated no matter what. So additional thing.
Cybersecurity Lab is number 5 on our list. This was specifically stated as in the bond measure language as something that we expected to do with the bond. So it's in the prioritization. Baseball field. So the initial estimates that I think we discussed with the board previously was $2.8 million. We're inflating that by about 10%. Because of 2024 costs versus 2025 costs. We're currently proposing spending $500,000 out of the bond for the baseball field and raising money for the rest of the costs through other sources. The board has made several comments about the baseball field. We have addressed several of them. We did have a conversation with the Eugene Emeralds general manager, and although they would be excited to have us use their field at times, it couldn't be our only field, unfortunately, because there's just too much overlap in our seasons. And then Tom and I put up a couple bullets about the reasons for the current drainage issues that make our current field unplayable anymore. We had our engineers investigate it, and it's looking like has to do with fine grained soils and infiltrating our decades-old drainage system, shallow groundwater at the site, and potential stormwater drain pipe breaks that we still need to investigate as part of the project. So we'll be doing that, obviously.
Infrastructure.
Yeah.
Understood. We do have one question, if that's okay. Mike?
So it's my understanding that this does not include seating, concessions, bathrooms. This is for essentially making a baseball field playable.
Yeah, you are correct to an extent. There was some improvements to ADA access to the field, not necessarily stand improvements, but the assumption is that it will require a permit. And with that permit, there will be basic ADA accessibility needs that go with that as part of the package.
Got it.
Okay. And just really quick, in the bond, in the voters pamphlet with the bond, where did the baseball field fall in that categorization?
It would be the revamping existing facilities,
General safety and
the
current maintenance is what any of the athletic projects have fallen under.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Okay.
Next.
Yeah. Mobile manufacturing lab, again, that was specifically stated in the voters pamphlet as something that we would expect to do as part of the bond. So that's in there as number 7.
We have a question.
I have a question after they get through number 9.
Oh, okay, perfect.
I'll take Building 12. We talked about this a little bit when we made the decision to build a new building rather than renovate iTech. That was made. We came to the board, we talked with the administration. Part of that was that there was a fairly significant or huge part of it was a significant structural deficiency. At that point, there was at least a verbal commitment that we would take that project down. A lot of planning has gone into that and assumptions have been based for other bond projects that project, that square footage, that demand on our services would go away. If it is deferred or delayed, we would have to look at what those ramifications are to the campus. Keep in mind that Building 12, there is a portion of it that remains that houses our central heating and utility plant. Those structural concerns that are raised certainly have impacts if there were problems with that. So.
And then wayfinding, we'd like to reserve $200,000 for improving LCC's wayfinding system towards the end of the bond project. And the Infrastructure Council did a student survey recently where students indicated a high level of desire for improved wayfinding system. So we're currently working on researching best practices at other colleges and universities and looking at how we'll do that when it gets to be that time. And then.
Do you have a question on?
Yeah, I have a question about the ranking. So are these ranked because if we run out of money, it means we don't get to 7, 8, and 9?
Yeah, I mean, sort of.
I
Yeah.
think
We hope.
I think the point of the request is we started this bond project. Let me digress a little. We started the bond project with full wallet and a great sense of opportunity. We're at the halfway point. It's now time to really look back and say, what happens, what we might not get to. We're looking back, all of that was set up with a lot of input from a master planning process, the board, the administration at the time. Being at this halfway point, it's time to hear back from, we have a largely new administration, significantly different board, to hear back what you feel those priorities are, so we can go back, look at these, and whatever you guys agree to think of. My job is to look back at this and go, okay, now that this has happened, here's what the new risks, priorities, budget options are. I'll stop.
If I may, I'm sorry, please go on.
Okay, so thank you for that explanation because that really helps me think quite a bit about it. And you referenced the master planning process. And so, I feel like Building 16 and Building 12 have really been a significant part of the conversations that we've been having over the long term. And so I'm very supportive of making sure that we have the resources to finish Building 16. So I appreciate where it is in the list. However, I am concerned that Building 12, which has been a big part of the master planning process and how we are approaching that building, is so far down on the list. I would like to see it higher up in the prioritization. If the prioritization means we may not fund everything.
President Bolger, and
Yes.
after President Bolger, there's just only 2 slides left. So do we want to have that continued conversation after President Bolger here, or what? Look at the other. Okay, fantastic. President
Either
Bolger,
way.
go ahead.
We looked at the Building 12 very carefully, and we thought that Building 12, if we needed to weigh that against the other projects, then we thought that the other projects would be a higher priority, and that Building 12 could be one of those projects that we could just leave standing because it would be so expensive. I wonder if you could talk about that. It would be so expensive to bring that down. So there were some projects that we wanted to place higher. Certainly the 2 projects that were promised to the voters. And so we have the cybersecurity lab and we have the mobile welding lab, which, and so we wanted to put those higher, but that was one reason. And we are so concerned about the student athletes and wanted to make sure that we at least invested something in the baseball field. So that was the reason for that. Certainly, if the board wants to move Building 12 higher, certainly we will certainly comply. We will do that. It's going to be a very expensive project to bring that building down. I don't know if you can speak to that.
It is expensive, but we still hope we can do it. I mean, it is lower in the priority, but we think we have the money to do everything. And like Stephanie said, there are no easy answers. We, as a cabinet, with Tom's help, we tried our best to submit what we think are the priority order, but there's no perfect answer.
Yeah.
I'll just add, I think any of them needs understanding where you think those priorities are, allows us to go back and define scope and value or price to them. I mean, we have numbers of allocations in there. I've come to the board too many times to ask to say that we can't do it with the price that we started with. Diving into that process, understanding which project is the next one to really define, prioritize. We have limited staff. How do we go about that? And choose those directions, understand what those risks are and what those mitigations might be if we defer any one of those projects. We're at that turning point. Like I said, we're halfway through. It's time for us to revisit, get that feedback. It's been 5 years since we visited the master plan, 3 years since we started this. It's time for feedback.
All right, excellent.
A couple more slides.
Yep, so we got a couple more slides and then I have Mike, Kevin, Zach, and then Steve. All right.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So just a couple notes on process on ongoing projects. We, in April 2022, the board approved us seeking an exemption to the 1.5% for renewable energy law and using an energy efficiency where you can use energy efficiency projects with the consideration for like maximizing greenhouse gas impacts. And that's what we did. We distributed about $1.2 million of those green energy funds among our existing projects. The energy conservation measures that were over and above code that are going towards getting us our LEED certifications, et cetera. And then I also want to note that at the same time, we're also applying for $1.1 million in funds from ODO that would go towards solar. Keeping us under the 200 kilowatt maximum amount that is the BPA, Bonneville Power Administration requirement, but getting just about right up to that max on both our Florence and main campus with these ODO funds matched with bond funds.
Next slide.
Oh, yeah, last slide. Thank you. Yeah, and then I don't know.
Just a note, I think, with my recent submittal to the Bond Oversight Committee, and you've seen, there's some numbers on there that kind of indicated that the Health Professions Project, as we're doing some final, getting ready to complete, we have a contract amendment that puts that particular line item slightly over on it. But part of what we did is we separated out, early on in the project, we separated and dedicated funds for the relocation of a grounds facility, knowing that we're going to track some things differently. Part of the process of contracting has included some of those funds in that prime contract, just in order to expedite things. So when we combine those, we start to address those cost overruns. So I just wanted to clarify that after earlier meeting with the Bond Oversight Committee.
Thank you for that clarification. We'll go through the list here. Mike?
My sense is from the experience that we've had that athletics imposes a discipline that reinforces academic excellence. We've certainly seen that experience here. And so I'm really inclined toward trying to support a program that attracts a certain number of students that may not otherwise come here and have them succeed academically excellently. And I also am wondering about, at one time I'd heard that the athletic program was able to attract some outside funding that might contribute to the field. And I don't know if that's how solid that is or if I misunderstood that.
I'm not aware of funding at this point. I don't know if anyone else is aware of that.
Not seeing any.
But our plan is to work on that.
Okay.
I think that would be good. If that was
Yeah.
part of the priority, that would be part of
Make it a little bit
administrative
easier.
work.
Yeah.
I think, again, it's knowing your priorities, we can go in and dive into the potential issues with it.
Good.
Excellent.
Get back to.
Did you say there was a slide that had all the projects lined up?
Yeah.
In the numbers and the short summary of them?
It's a lot of information on one slide, so I wasn't necessarily planning on projecting it, but maybe Brett could.
Oh.
While they're pulling that up, Kevin?
Yeah, I have a question about Building 12. So could you give me a better understanding about the safety issues that you mentioned?
Building 12 was started, you're one of the newer members on here, so you weren't there. We started the ITEC, what's now the ITEC project, as a renovation of Building 12 to house the Industrial Trade Center. We did a conceptual design, had a structural review of it. The roof structure on that is a unique wood space frame truss. The structural engineer did analysis of it and observations of it, found we had known that there were structural deficiencies in it that could be a long dissertation in and of itself, but found additional problems with the structure. And basically their calculation showed that with, I think it's more than 2 inches of snow or an inch of rain, there's a high probability that the roof could collapse. Based on that, we came forward to the board for an emergency procurement to install temporary shoring underneath there. That was initially a rental. We have since purchased that to keep it there because the project has drawn out. That risk is still there. There is the building also in that structural analysis, there is significant seismic liability to that building. Our buildings in the 60s were basically set up like Tinker Toys, and any good young boy knows how easy it is to knock down a Tinker Toy structure by shaking it a little bit. Building houses our central utility plant. The eastern 3/4 of the building was built later, but it is currently, the current structure integrates those two pieces as one from a structural aspect. So that eastern portion that has significant structural defects is tied to the central plant. So a collapse would have significant impacts on the central utility plant. It is assumed.
Did I hear you say, though, that there were concerns about occupying the building?
Yes, I would be concerned about continued long-term occupancy of that building due to the structural deficiencies of that building.
Are there,
As an architect, I will say that.
are there people occupying the building?
There currently are. We have multiple protocols in there that they are in the event of a snowstorm or a predicted snowstorm. We relocate public safety out of that office. We reserve alternative space for them for that. Yes, there would be a risk. But again, we take people out of that building when we see a perceived storm event. That is part of our protocol. We also turn up the heat on the building so that it can melt snow and ice off the roof as quickly as possible so it doesn't build up the load. Those are all part of our current protocol.
I appreciate that. I guess I'm a little confused, though, why, given that, why it's number 8.
Yeah. Excellent question. Like I said before, there are no easy answers. If it's number 8, if we got towards the end and for some reason we weren't able to do that project, we just wouldn't occupy it. it would have to remain empty. We would move public safety out of there and all of the instructional programs that are in there now and not have it occupied by people. And it's not a great answer.
Yeah. Zach and then Steve.
When we've looked at this previously, the mobile welding facility was projected to cost $800,000 and it's projected here to cost about $250,000. Can you speak to what the original vision was and how that vision has changed?
Yeah, I'm wondering if Grant Matthews wouldn't mind coming to the podium.
No problem. Yeah, so when the bond project was first originally written out, there was not a lot of documentation on the original plan. So the costs were estimates, thinking about what potentials existed. And since then, we've had some conversations and thoughts and talking to different programs about potential. And there's also different advancements in different opportunities through some of the vendors that we're working with as we have built the iTech Center. We've been in contact with additional vendors or additional groups for programming that we're looking to put in there. And as we've looked at that, we're looking at new technologies, options, opportunities that will allow us to meet the goals of the mobile manufacturing and welding through things that we don't anticipate will cost the same amount as the original projections.
I'm sorry, I don't feel like I really got the question answered with regards to what would it have looked like with $800,000? What's it going to look like with $250,000?
I can, so yeah, with the 800, we were thinking of buying a large vehicle and having, kind of equipment that you might see in a classroom loaded up in that vehicle and taken to different places. And I think Grant can speak more to the current.
Yeah, so instead of putting large scale equipment in an 18-wheeler or something like that, we're talking about, like a CNC in the back of an 18-wheeler. We're talking more along the lines of trainer units, mobile trainer units that would be able to be put into one or two smaller vehicles and transported to any of our campus locations or high school locations and utilized within a classroom.
So being that this is one of the items that was specifically mentioned in the bond, and that I think that this was one of the promises that we made to rural voters in Lane County to try and get their vote for the bond package, I think this is a very high priority, and I would be looking to move this up probably to number 5 on the list when we get to that point. A couple other questions with regards to the baseball field. How many days a week do the Emeralds play and how many days a week does our team play?
I asked Josh Blunt to be here to help and baseball coach to help answer questions about that.
Sure. So the Emeralds start games April 1st and they go through roughly September. Our season starts September 1, goes through Memorial Day, and we typically practice on average 6 days a week. I would say anywhere between 4 to 5 hours a day of practice, weight room, agility work. We're kind of in a unique perspective too, in that the Emeralds play 1 game a day. Every one of our days that we play a contest is a doubleheader. So it's a 14-hour day, give or take, on the road, 10 at home.
How many games a week do you play and how many games a week do they play? Do you know?
They play during their season, they play pretty much daily, but I would just call it at least 6 days a week. We play game wise, we play 2 days a week, typically, unless there's rain or other forecasts.
Okay. And then how many players are on the team?
Our roster size is usually 20 to 22. We typically have around 30 total players practicing with us.
Okay. It all sounds good. I think that's my questions on that issue. I think just a comment of, I think prior to this, the plans have been for artificial turf. I want to revisit that and consider looking at natural grass. And I hope that we can bring that back as to look at that as what the trade-offs are there.
Sure.
In the future. And then I guess the last question I had is around the green fee. With regards to previously, there was about 2 million that had been allocated in this area. You're all done. Thank you. out of the hot seat. I guess, was it always sort of the plan that these upgrades to get lead status, that's where this money was going to go? Previously it had been, there was still 2 million there, and now it's down to 700,000. So
Yeah, we allocated the 2 million towards the beginning of the bond. And at that time, we didn't understand the BPA rules that made it almost impossible for, I mean, not impossible, but very, very difficult. So to do that much solar. So we came to the board in April of 2022 and asked if we could redistribute the funds to energy efficiency and energy conservation projects, and the board did approve that. Did that answer your question?
I guess when was the decision made to put that 1.5% set aside was going to be doing the add-ons for these particular projects?
In April 2022. Yeah. Yeah.
Steve?
It looks to me that based on the amount of money we have remaining, that if everything went according to plan, despite the prioritization, we would have the money to do them all. However, I also, we all know, right, the projects don't go precisely according to plan, that the budget estimates, may be off depending on any number of factors beyond your control. So I'm wondering if, another way to look at this list is to arrange them in order of those whose uncertainty was, significant enough to be able to have adverse effect on everything that came after it.
An interesting balance. I think that is part of it, but understanding your priorities was probably, or your input is necessary for that, I guess. A lot of factors. There's financial, there's defining of scope for a lot of these that I think even over the last 2 months, we've, since fall, we've defined what's needed for the baseball field much closer, been able to come closer to it. Building 16, I've already talked about that scope definition. Also what the risks are if some of these that were previously thought of as such as building 12, what's that risk factor? Balancing all of those, an opportunity right now, building 16 is a critical path because I have that project underway and we're doing academic planning around it. Most of the others, I have a particular fondness for the administrative fee. That's where my salary comes out of. I'll be honest about that, but it also allows us to do things to support all of this. So again, getting your feedback, how we prioritize. We will have to look at this list no matter what as to better definition of those values, the dollar values, as well as our ability of staffing and scheduling them, and knowing that something is a priority might change how we staff things or prioritize staff allocations.
Well, I'll just follow up with some then direct input. The one that, well, two things. I guess I have a problem with wayfinding being the last on the list. A, it's a relatively small cost, and unless everything goes exactly according to plan, we won't do it. So I'd rather see that one moved up because it's not going to affect other projects all that much, and then students get something that they expressly, want for very little cost. So there's a particular thing, and the other, which then puts building 12 last, and based on, and I get that we don't have great options and all that, but based on the things that you said, I guess I feel like that's where it belongs because the more or less guarantees we get the other things done, right? Because of how much money that one requires, so that everything else can get done. We have a plan, it looks like, for moving public safety if need be. And that's the one that looks to me like that has the biggest potential to blow up in terms of budget. That's probably not the best choice of words given the condition under which that, But nonetheless, that's the one that looks like it could blow up and blow everything else out of proportion. So it makes sense to me that it be last.
Mm-hmm. All right, we got Denise and then Kevin.
So I completely support Zach's description of the mobile manufacturing lab and its promise, especially to the rural areas, especially representing my constituents in Western Lane County and rural areas. And I also agree with Mike's position or expression on the baseball field and its relationship to our student athletes. Picking up on what you were saying, Mike, about the wayfinding, I'm uncomfortable with this 450,000 nebulous. To me, sounds nebulous because it says additional safety and security projects, which sounds nebulous. So to me, take half of that. Safety is wayfinding. Okay, reduce whatever that is. Security cameras are a very interesting topic as to whether or not they pay off. Okay, people have to sit there and review them for hours. They're only good for a certain period of time, et cetera, et cetera. I won't give my dissertation on that. But so I think that is part of the flexibility there. And if there is a plan for, I don't know if it's a modular unit or other spaces on campus for that building 12 to be evacuated of personnel so that it's not a safety issue and it can become a last priority. And I think I heard you say that there's heating or something units in there.
It's a functional building with large deferred maintenance.
Okay,
But
people can be evacuated.
So the heating units, the building does contain the campus's central heating plant, and we were never planning on demoing the whole entire thing. We're planning on demoing the portion, the three-quarters of the building that's in the worst shape and that doesn't contain the central heating plant. So we would maintain the portion of the building that's the central heating plant. Yeah.
Okay.
Excellent.
I just want to say that the risk there, if that building were to have a collapse or some structural deficiency, my guess is the first thing that would happen when emergency services, they would shut off utility services to that building, which is essentially the entire campus, because all of the utility services
Are in there.
lead to that first and then are distributed.
You didn't say that until that just now.
Wow.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So is it a backup system or there isn't?
No,
No.
there's not.
Yeah. So, Lisa,
That's interesting. No
Lisa's-
generators or anything like that.
Lisa, since you haven't had a chance to speak, and then Kevin.
Yeah, let's see, what was my question? Oh darn, that last statement kind of made it go away.
Sorry.
Yeah, so that what was just said really highlights my anxiety about building 12, but which was why I was so surprised to see it at number 8. Okay, I remember. So number 4, the public safety relocation. So that is actually relocating public safety out of building 12. So they're no longer there. So they're no longer at risk, right?
Correct.
So we would be moving public safety out of that building as one of the top 4 priorities. And so I based on what we're hearing about building 12, I feel like that is really important. As I said previously, I think building 16 is in the right location. I feel that's incredibly important. I also feel very strongly, having worked on the bond, spent hundreds of hours in this community advocating for it directly to voters, feel very strongly that the cybersecurity lab and the mobile manufacturing welding lab should be above the baseball and wayfinding and potentially even building 12, because those were things that we promised to the voters. Like, it's like right in there. I am absolutely fine with the scaled down version that was described. I always felt a little weird about thinking about this 18-wheeler trying to cruise around Lane County. These smaller mobile units, I think, actually could be more effective, and we could potentially be getting out to more high schools in particularly. Sounds very exciting to me. So
I would also like to request that we have some clarity on, what the board is suggesting we prioritize here. And so, I would like to finish this discussion with some clarity about what our numbering is.
Understood. Kevin, I haven't had a chance to speak, so, but Kevin, go ahead.
Yeah, I echo what Lisa just said. I'm feeling a little bit unclear about the Building 12 situation. I don't know that I could make a reasonable decision about that, given the information so far. So I still have a question about on one hand, I understand what Steve was saying, and I was not
Undo everything I just
You
said.
just gonna do it? Okay. So yeah, that's still a puzzle in my mind.
Yeah.
I'm done.
Overall, so timing on this, so there's parts of me that wants to figure out if we can make a decision today, but there's also parts of me that wants more information on a variety of different things. Do we have to have, because obviously this is an action item, do we have to have an action in this meeting, or can this be tabled one additional meeting?
The thing that we really need feedback on right now is whether to move forward on the Building 16 project, because we have architects basically stopped in their tracks, not doing anything.
Understood. Thank you for that clarification. In regards to Building 12, there's a hazardous situation there. Brett, have we ever approached the legislators about hazardous buildings and demolition of those as a separate item for capital projects? So like funding for demolition and so, yeah.
We haven't, and that's because we normally go into a legislative session jointly with our other 16 colleges with a united ask.
Yeah.
And there's an agreement between the colleges that we don't go in with individual requests for funding. Otherwise, all of the colleges would do it, and it would put a lot of our other priority asks at risk.
Understood. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out a different way to subsidize some of these items here, including demolition of Building 12. On that concept of subsidizing, I've asked several times about STEP and how the STEP can do 50-50 funding, even in post for building upgrades, if it's going to serve STEP clients. Safety is one of those things that would serve all people, including STEP people. Florence Center, a high population of people who qualify for STEP, food stamps, and so forth. Have we gotten any information about us pursuing STEP to help reduce the costing of this, subsidize some of the costs and so forth?
We put a response in the response to information requests, and I don't know, actually, I don't recall who did that. Grant?
Our current STEP agreement does not allow facilities upgrades.
Gotcha. So, okay, thank you. That answers my question. All right, Steve.
Keep thinking out of the box.
Yeah, right.
Go for it.
So I didn't realize that if Building 12's roof collapsed, there might be a potential to shut the entire campus down. So I'm withdrawing what I said previously about putting it last up, and but I feel like I had incomplete information. That's fine. That's I'm learning as I go. I guess I'm not really ready to make to participate in a vote on Building 12 until we get more sort of clear information. Is that a campus-wide threat? And if so, then that just kind of rockets up to the top of the list for me. But I don't expect you all to answer that question now, but that seemed to be what came to the fore in the meeting. And now I just want to get really clear about how much of a threat or of a risk we face by not doing that project.
Mike, and then I have a clarifying question for the board here. Mike?
Well, I thought I heard from Jennifer that the question that does need to be answered tonight is Building 16. And we can postpone and talk about the others, but
yeah,
I think we're kind of obligated to address that question.
Absolutely. Yeah. Zach, Lisa, and then, yeah.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay, go ahead, Zach.
I move to approve bond prioritization items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 7 as top priorities with additional discussion on items 6, 8, and 9 in the near future.
Excellent. And that gives you the guidance you need for building 16, of course.
I think that helps us to bring back appropriate information
Okay. All right.
in more detail.
Would you just say the numbers one more time?
Yeah.
So everything, it would basically be moving up everything 1 through 5 and number 7 at this moment in time, and bringing back items 6, 8, and 9 for additional discussion and prioritization.
And is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. Zach, do you have a comment about your motion?
Yeah, I think that this moves forward the critical things that we need to know at this moment in time. It increases the priority of the things that were specifically promised to voters in the voters pamphlet. And it allows us additional time to revisit Building 12 and where it and the remaining 2 items should fit in the prioritization scheme.
Any further discussion on the motion?
You go ahead, because you said about number. You can talk about 9.
Yep, Steve, and then Denise. Yep, go ahead, Steve.
Like I'm with Zach in spirit here, but I'm roughly adding up the cost of those, whatever that is, 6 projects, and that would obligate us if everything went according to plan for, 2/3, I just kind of roughed that out, of the total remaining funds, and would put in jeopardy, I think, potentially, the ability to fund, Building 12 demolition in full. And so until we're, at least for me, until I'm a little more clear about, the Building 12 risks and cost, I guess I can't support that one. I'm happy to support, moving forward with item number 3, the Building 16, because that's what you're requesting. And that leaves us, the maximum flexibility to consider how to prioritize the remaining ones. So I'll be voting against it, but I wanted to be clear because I'm worried that if we did as Zach proposed, we might actually not have the money needed to complete project number 8.
Clarifying question, if I could.
Yeah, well, just say a point of order so you can.
Point of order.
Yeah.
Could you fund number 8 without doing number 4? The demolition without first moving people out of there?
No.
So I don't.
Pretty straightforward, no.
So I'm just wondering, what could we cut above it? Other than maybe safety and security projects?
That's
Okay, yeah, I understand, but great point of order. Denise, and I'll put you back in the queue, Zach. Denise?
Well, I amend. I don't know if this is the right language, but I think we're really only ready to talk about number 3, Building 16, in all truth. And number 2 just has multiples in it. And I don't know that they're all under the category of safety projects, but that's a lot of money in there. And I don't know if it could be separated out. I have a feeling that it could, and I would like to see that. And I would just make a motion or no, point of
You could
amend the motion that we only vote on number 3 going forward with Building 16.
Is there a second to that motion?
I will second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Denise, would you like to make further comment on your motion?
I just feel that that's the clarity that we have this evening. We have other questions. So there was a good clarification by Zach that 4 and 8 actually go together. And we need
A point of order.
Yeah.
You can't amend you can't amend a motion that completely eliminates the previous motion. You can only amend a motion by adding to it.
Yeah.
So technically, we would need to vote on the current motion on the table,
Exactly,
and if
yep.
it fails, then we could consider your motion.
Understood. Yep.
understood. Thank you.
And
Thanks,
Mike?
Brett.
I'd like to-
Yes, yeah. So Mike, on the motion, not the amended.
I suggest that we vote no on the motion on the table so that we can do what Steve and Denise said.
All right. Thank you. Any further discussion? Oh, exactly. Sorry.
If that's what the board wants, just have one more person tell me that now, and I'll just withdraw the other one, and then you can just move forward on that.
Can we please do that?
Yes.
All right. Motion has been removed.
Make the motion.
I make a motion that the board vote on number 3 going forward with building 16.
Okay, is there a second? Excellent. Denise, any further discussion? All right, those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Abstention. Seeing none. All right, so you have the direction you need for building 16.
Now,
I think there needs to be some further discussion in regards to the other items. I will personally state that hearing from the baseball players, hearing from our student athletes, and knowing the fact that our student athletes are one of our most diverse student populations, one of the things that really resonated with me is bringing them home, and that's something that still resonates with me. And there's the further discussion on the prioritization on that is something I would be really interested in. Thank you. So we are now moving on to the Titan Court Management Service Contract. Dr. Bolger.
Yes, we would like to have, I believe it's Dr. Joyce to introduce this topic, and I don't know if you're having Laura to participate.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Bulger. I do have a few people. We got Laura Angst. We've got Jennifer. And we also have Mandy. We had a small group that worked on this process over the past number of months. And also Mike, our former legal counsel, was involved in the process. So as the management services contract for Titan Court Student Housing approaches the end of its 5-year cycle, Blaine Community College initiated the process for a new contract. Efforts were made to explore collaborative management options with the University of Oregon and local property management companies, but these were not successful. That also included College Northwest out of PDX. We met with them, and right now they were unable to look at this for a couple of years. Good organization now. Subsequently, LCC conducted market research by reaching out to local asset management companies for other student housing providers. The RFP was published on various platforms, including the LCC BidLocker website, the State of Oregon Buys website, the Oregon Daily Journal of Commerce, and the Register Guard. And the RFP 2324/02 was officially issued on December the 7th, 2023. By January the 15th, 2024 deadline, LCC received 4 responses to the RFP with 3 companies from Texas: Asset Living, Campus Advantage, which is our current organization we work with, and Servitas, and 1 from Colorado State, Capstone. All proposals were deemed responsive, and reputable within the student housing management industry. The selection committee, which I mentioned a little earlier, was tasked with evaluating and ranking the proposals, which included conducting interviews with each firm, following interviews and reference checks. Servitas Management Group, the analysis, Servitas Management Group, a woman-owned organization with a focus on serving community colleges, presented their extensive experience and proposed strategies for managing Titan Court student housing effectively. With over 20 years in business and a focus on student-centered solutions, they emphasize their ability to save costs and improve operational efficiency while maintaining a personalized approach. It is recommended in pursuant to ORS 279B 060, the competitive seal proposal, that Servitas Management Group out of Texas to be awarded estimate contract of $850,000 for Titan Court student housing management. Out of this amount, 4% is attributed to management fees, while remaining amount covers operational costs, setup costs, and capital reserves. There were attachments sent to the board in board docs, including a score sheet, the Servitas financial analysis, revenue and expenses projection, and a feasibility analysis. And I'd mentioned there that there would be significant savings with Servitas over our Campus Advantage, which we currently use. Estimated contract value for 2024 for Campus Advantage is $1,135,000. The proposed estimate from the Servitas Group is $850,000, a significant cost reduction. And also, during the interview process, I think they provided the most detailed analysis of their budgeting. They provided some really good recommendation letters, better than the other organizations, and I think seemed to be more student focused during the interviews. That was a priority for them, and so that's and anyway, anything else you want to add, Laura?
The major cost saving for their presentation is that they are the mid-sized organization focused mostly on the community college. So their clients are the community college. The saving is mainly on the cooperative costs like marketing and then a personal administration, cooperative costs. And then some of the saving really focus on the detail of the what can we save in, like such as some of the unnecessary item like a cable or the changing of the line and such and so on and so forth. And also that they're going to make it a lot of the service to the local sourcing again. So that will occur like a lot of saving on their proposals. We also have a proposal from the other cooperative, but they are almost similar, not less than 1 million. But Servitas is proposing like 850,000 and then 4% for the management cost. Right now we are paying for the 5%.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Kevin?
Thank you for that process that you went through. And I'm curious, do you know why local or state organ-based companies were either unable to respond or chose not to respond?
We reach out to the 20 local companies. Out of those 10 to 20, I can see the exact number. One company came for the walkthrough, but after they look at out everything and then they decided not to make it because that most of the student management company in this area is the Nationwide company. And then we have one company, Nationwide, number 2 company, Access Management. They claim that they are the number 1 access management company all across the nation. But they also, we are not favored to that organization.
Thank you.
And I'll mention College Northwest out of Portland. Really good company. It's a nonprofit as well, and they've done great things throughout different parts. They've expanded exponentially in the last 10 years. They did have an interest in working with us, but not now. They're, I think, working on 2 other large-scale projects, and as a nonprofit, they can't scale up as quick as some of the other organizations. But it would be one we would probably look at in the future. Yeah.
Excellent. Mike, then Lisa?
So having spent most of my professional career in the field of student housing, I can tell you that like a lot of other fields, it's consolidated so that there are big national companies that are buying things up. So it's really hard for locals to compete. It's not impossible, but it's hard. So that could explain some of it. I've had good experience with College Housing Northwest, but that's old, so I'm not sure what they're doing now. The other thing is that is Servitas our current provider?
No, Campus Advantage.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Is the current.
So were we able to identify areas where we wanted to be able to strengthen our program in our RFP so that the bidders could specifically address those issues?
Yes. So for the after the RFP, we have like 25 questions asking about the detailed areas, what we wanted to know. And on the personal interview. We talk with them. We provided 5 primary questions that we like to understand, like such as like financial management, student focus, and then how to adopt the multicultural students, and then multi-year capital investment. So these are the areas we asked them to present. Yeah.
Were we able to check in with references where they currently do business?
Yes, absolutely. And a couple of the organizations, the references we weren't necessarily pleased with. But this one, definitely the references by far and away were better. And also, we have a very specific student body in Titan Court and majority international students. And we ask questions around their experience with international students, and they seem to be pretty solid and really address them well.
Lisa?
I really appreciate that this company primarily focuses on community colleges. I like that it's woman-owned. And I'm curious, I can't recall how long the contract is that we're discussing.
The contract is the 5-year contract terms, yeah. And then the contract can be started in January 2025.
All right.
Steve?
Following up on Lisa's question, who chose the duration? 5 years? Is that our ask or is that theirs?
I think that from what I gathered talking earlier on in the process, that was the standard in the field for this.
Just, okay,
Yeah.
just standard. And the other question I had is, do we, keep a list of complaints that we get from students who currently live there and then, use that as some of the material that we might share with the current and new companies that are looking at managing to see how they might address those concerns?
Yeah, absolutely. We meet, I think, every 2 weeks with the Titan Court representative, Cody, who's working there right now, works with the students. We also, and there's also the organization at large has representatives. We have campus safety, we have international programs, student life, all of them are on for these meetings, and we do collect information and data. And so they did influence what we were looking for in this process and what we were looking at. We get incident reports, all these things, and we take them pretty serious. And those were part of this.
Last question is, do we have are there off ramps if we are unsatisfied in their performance in year 2, 3, 4, something before 5 years?
You want to answer that one? Laura?
Yes, if we are not satisfied, then we have a non-performance clause that will be in, yeah.
All right. Zach?
Are there any wage standards included in the contract? I'm wondering what the wages of Campus Advantage have been and how the wages under Servitas would compare.
I have one information in here that the wages right now they are proposing is the right now for the Campus Advantages, we are spending $3 million for 300,000 for the 3,000 for the payroll expense, and then they are proposing 298,000. Let's see. Sorry. I have a lot of papers here.
Appreciate you.
So let me see the exact number in here.
Well, you're finding that.
Yeah. I can.
Looked like we did an analysis looking at what it would cost us to run similar services, that our payroll costs would be significantly higher. Do you look at would we even be able to do this if we wanted to bring in attorneys?
I think we looked at that about 6 months ago or so. And, speaking to, I know, is Carl still here? No, I don't think he is. In student life, basically that's what he did at UOO for a lot of years. And, but anyway, I think we looked into it and the cost of running it ourselves were going to be difficult. And also we would definitely have to, we don't have the kind of staff right now that would be able to do that kind of work. We'd have to hire people externally to do that or train and reallocate other people. Yeah.
Thank you. All right.
Yeah, I can't recall the
It's fine,
number
but I
right
just-
now, but it's significantly lower. And then on our comparison Excel sheet that I didn't put it in here, I can provide it.
Okay, well, if we can loop back to it at some point, I just want to make sure that we're providing living wages
Yeah,
to
they did, they did.
employees that are, we're contracting with this third party.
Yeah.
Excellent.
And
Lisa, then Mike.
Yeah, I would like to make a motion to recommend that pursuant to ORS 279B 060 competitive sealed proposal, Servitas Management Group be awarded an estimated contract amount of $850,000 for Titan Court Student Housing Management. Out of this amount, 4% is attributed to management fees, while remaining amounts cover operating costs, setup cost, and capital reserves.
I'll second the motion.
Excellent. It's been moved and seconded. Would you like to make a comment about your motion? All right. Mike, I know you had your hand up. Did you? Okay, cool. Main thing I wanted to say was, first off, thank you for looking into nonprofits, of course, up in the Portland area. I really appreciate that. And that was something that I was highly considering as well. I also appreciate looking into doing it internally and whether the costing there and so forth. I personally, I have an interest in seeing that we do it internally because there's a multitude of different reasons. I would be kind of curious about the exact costs of doing it internally because from my understanding, it's usually less when it's internally. But again, I could get those numbers later. But in the meantime, I'm fully supportive of this. Mike?
I was the housing director at U of O for a number of years and at other campuses as well. This is a specialized field. This is not something that you just pick up. It's not facility management. It's much more than that. So I think I wouldn't recommend doing it internally unless we're willing and able to invest a lot of money in developing a staffing infrastructure to do it.
Got it. Understood.
Okay, if you may, if we are running internally, it's cost us for the manpower cost is 600,000. I have attached on a proposal. And then if we are running with the outside company, it is cost about 300,000. Plus, in addition that we have to buy the new computer system, and then we have the learning time for those system and everything. So by considering those two factors, administration is recommended for the finding outsourcing.
Gotcha. So it in fact does cost more to do it internally. Gotcha. All right. Thank you. All right, we have a motion in a second. All those in favor? Oh, did you have
No, well, for wages specifically, it would cost us twice as much because we pay people.
Exactly. Yeah. All right. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Any abstention? Excellent. Great job, everyone. Now we're moving on to discussion items. Academic updates. Yeah, of course.
Yes, we have a couple of reports as we do in our regular meeting. And so Dr. Tinkham will be first and then Dr. Joyce.
Good evening, board members. As I always do, I provide you with reports and I usually just, talk about a few highlights. This month, I would like to highlight our recent Schaefer Innovation of the Year Award recipients. As you may know, each year, the college, along with the foundation, we hold a competition to identify projects that embody the spirit of innovation envisioned by our past president, Eldon F. Schaefer. The award is selected in collaboration with the Innovation of the Year, which is sponsored by the League for Innovation in the Community College. That's a premier organization for community colleges. They're out of Arizona. They've been around since, I think, the late 60s. And they're very known for innovation. So we work with them very closely. These projects are selected based on their effectiveness, efficiency, affordability, reliability, and creativity. And there's a committee consisting of a volunteer pool of previous recipients, myself, and the foundation. And so this year we had 4 submissions, all of which received some funding from the LCC Foundation to continue the work. And our winner, however, was called Course Embedded Tutoring Support Student Success in and Out of the Classroom. And this was submitted by Jen Kepka, Director of Academic Tutoring Services. And this project then will be forwarded to the League for Innovation, and it will be nationally recognized. And then there were 3 other submissions, one from the Presidential AI Task Force, which I co-chair with Kevin Steves. Daniel Harbury, an engineering faculty member, was nominated for his project called Dangerous Toys. We had a good time reading that one. That was a project-based learning assignment that involves elementary school students and fulfilling a RFP request for a pressure rocket. So again, that was very creative. And then also Kevin Hager, facility specialist, Craig Marsh, lead groundskeeper, and Jennifer Hayward, Associate Vice President of Facilities, were nominated for what I thought was a very interesting project called Integrated Pest Management. And very interesting, LCC does not use any herbicides on our campus for pest management. And they've been doing this now for 5 years. So overall, they are reducing the use of pesticides by using some good old-fashioned green techniques. It's very interesting.
Mike?
Well, I'm confused. You said herbicides on one hand and pesticides on the other.
Oh, they're not using any herbicides on any of our campus over the last 5 years. And overall, they have reduced the overall use of pesticides.
Got it.
Got it. Yeah. So again, just using very sustainable, old-fashioned type processes to like cleaning and picking up to reduce pests. So those are the projects that we discussed, and just a little bit more. And then I know that it is getting a bit late this evening. I also wanted to recognize a faculty member, Solomon Singer. He is, I think many of you may know of him. He's in our Unmanned Aircraft Systems program. He was recognized just a few days ago on April 12th as the Oregon Association of Career and Technical Education Post-Secondary Career and Technical Education Professional of the Year. And his nomination will move on to the regional award selection process. So if you see him out and about in our community, and if you're on campus this weekend, I'm sure he'll be here. Please congratulate him. And that is my report.
Excellent. Any questions before we move on?
Dr. Joyce?
Yes, thank you. So lots going on in student affairs, and this time of the year, it's nonstop. One thing I'm excited about is I really am sensing a lot more engagement from students in student events, in student clubs, and an interest in kind of giving back. We've been to a lot of meetings lately, and it's exciting to see it. Starting off with athletics, we had 181 full-time students enroll in 2,347 credits with a completion rate of 87%. And the women's basketball team led all programs with a 3.46 team GPA. So that's just brilliant. The baseball team is currently in 3rd place in league play and has a strong chance to make the playoffs. And the track and field teams have been competing in meets throughout the Northwest, and will continue to prepare for the NWAC championship, and that's going to be held at Mount Hood. Registration opens for summer and fall on May the 6th, 2 terms consecutively, as we kind of work on moving forward on giving students the opportunity to plan further out. The Center for Accessible Resources, to give you an idea of the needs of our students, 772 accommodation requests have been processed to date for this term. 772. 106 of those were for requests for digital text with read out loud capabilities, 98 for note-taking services, and 605 for test or quiz accommodations. The CAR team does a lot of work with faculty who are doing wonderful things to help our students in the classroom. I was lucky enough to be invited to the All Oregon Academic Team Luncheon up at Chemeketa Community College, their campus, which is a vineyard, which is absolutely amazing. We need one of those. And, Chair Folnaghy and our President Bulger were both there as well. We had Jennifer Frey and Caroline Lundquist, our faculty member, and the students were unbelievable. Their stories were great, and it's one of those days that you realize, you remember why you do what you do. So I was so pleased. We had a whole group of students awarded, not more than any other college, but we certainly held our own. And so it was great to see. And then last week, Dean Carlier, who presented earlier, organized the numbers in the Black Student Union have gone down in recent years, hadn't really recovered since COVID. And so held a luncheon, invited Dr. Bulger and Professor Lawrence to attend this event. And we had like around 30 Black students attend. It was a wonderful, wonderful lunch. We had a lot of great dialogue and students wanting to get involved. And so it was one of the things I've really enjoyed lately. And I know our student government president already announced one of the things I was going to talk about, so I don't need to do that. May the 16th, we do an amazing job of a job fair. Terrible way of putting it. May the 16th in Building 9, we get about 60 or so area employers, and this is really great goodwill back and forth. We have a capacity we've had in the past. We do it in Building 19. It's a really popular event, and our students really enjoy it. They get connected, networked, and try and get jobs out of this too. We've got a lot of student events going on right now. Our Asian and Pacific Islander Student Union is organizing a lot because we're in that month right now. There's Native Hawaiian carving on Tuesday, May the 14th. On the 21st, the role of Aloha in world transformation. It's also, we have right now Pride Week on campus, and today was the Drag Queen Story Hour and Book Fair, which was possibly the most enjoyable thing I've done in about a year. It was great to go to that. Attendance was packed. I had to pull in chairs for other places, and it was wonderful. And the story hours were for our student, staff, and faculty. And so we have LGBTQIA activist coming to visit, social justice, Dana Johnson coming tomorrow. I'm going to be on campus doing presentations. And then we have a couple of people are going to be presenting at our spring conference on Friday. And then last thing, there's lots of things going on. I'm really proud of our students, student government organization in how engaged our students are this year in the elections. There are posters everywhere, there are cards, there's video monitors, it's across campus. So it's starting to feel like we really have come out of COVID and the students are back, And then last thing, keep on your calendars, June the 15th is commencement. And if you want to decorate your caps, we're doing cap decorating on May the 28th in the Center Building atrium, if you want to decorate your caps. I'll say Becca and Megan and the group organizing are doing a great job of this. And I think we're going to see better commencements moving forward. So thank you.
Fantastic.
Any questions?
Any questions?
I just have when you were mentioning the numbers of students who are asking for accommodations
Yeah.
and note taking,
Yeah.
is that something that our students can be hired to do, to be note takers?
That is a possibility. Yes, yes. We have staff doing ASL. We have staff doing all other kinds of things, but that is one. Yes. Yeah.
One opportunity for students, student tutors or student note takers?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Kevin?
Can you tell us who the commencement speaker will be?
Ah,
Where'd he go?
Oh, the commencement speaker, I believe that I can reveal that this evening. Judge Ann Aiken is going to be our commencement speaker, and we could not be more delighted.
Fantastic.
I could add, this year, we have a new process. Our students are nominating our faculty speaker, and I cannot yet tell you who they are because it's a very competitive process.
All right. Great. Any further questions? Thank you for the wonderful presentation. Greatly appreciate you both on that.
Thank you.
We're going on to LCCEA reports. Adrian.
Good evening, President Bulger, members of the board. I have a few brief updates on the OEA Representative Assembly, the new DEI Administrator position, a recent arbitration award, a faculty spotlight, and the National Day of Action for Higher Ed for the Public Good. The first one, LCCEA delegates attended the OEA Representative Assembly to support adoption of legislative objectives that support community colleges, our students, and our communities. We began at 6:30 p.m. on a Friday, and over the next 26 hours, we spent 14 and a half hours debating and voting in a democratic process with 700 of our closest colleagues from throughout the state. And all of our objectives were successfully adopted, and we're really excited about that. This includes advocating for increased state funding to support faculty development and adoption of OERs, open educational resources, cost-free and low-cost texts. So we're really excited about that. On another topic, I'd like to publicly share appreciation for President Bulger for her decision to reinstate the critical DEI, the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Administrator position, and for her courage in reconsidering this issue. Our LCCEA Racial Equity and Social Justice Committee is preparing input on the position and the need to restore a full office. I would also like to thank Dr. Idris Nawabi for his significant contributions of rigorous research to help guide our work, and Avery Old Coyote for his eloquent advocacy, along with our other members of the committee, including Jessica Alvarado, Susie Kusar, Wendy Rose Aaron, and Winona Burks. On another topic, unrelated, LCCEA recently received a binding arbitration award regarding a contract violation that went to a hearing in February. Our dear and most highly regarded dance faculty member, Bonnie Samoa, who many of you might know, she has frequently come to the Board of Education, and that has sometimes included an impromptu dance performance right here in the boardroom by dance students, had been denied the opportunity to teach post-retirement. And we are very happy to report that the award fully restores Bonnie's rights under the contract so that she will be able to teach again and makes her whole with retroactive compensation for this year. I did email you a copy of this report, which includes a lot of photos and other visuals, so I hope you will take the time to take a look at that. But I did want to spotlight some of the work of that Bonnie has done over the years. So I'm going to read just a very brief excerpt from a press release, an LCC press release from a few years ago. Bonnie Samoa will perform a section of the Gamba. The Gamba is a 400-year-old sacred dance, and it's the oldest form of traditional dance drama on Bali. It tells the story through multiple episodes, and the Gamba was recently granted intangible cultural heritage status by UNESCO, the United Nations Education, Science, and Culture Organization, which serves to protect, honor, and preserve cultural entities. Artistic director and lead dance faculty Bonnie Samoa studies, dances, and performs regularly in Bali and imparts the Balinese dance style to her students with impressive detail and accuracy. We're really grateful for her contributions to our campus and to our community in this regard, and really excited that she'll be back. And then the last topic is the National Day of Action for Higher Education for the Public Good. LCCEA participated with 109 campuses nationwide. It was a growing group of campuses that were participating in this event. It literally went from about 50 less than a week before the event to 110 by the day of the event in the middle of April. And we endorse a shared vision on the future we stand for, centering higher education as foundational for our democracy, highlighting issues impacting higher ed nationwide, such as decreased state investment, rising student debt, curriculum and DEI bans, and advocating for academic freedom, meaningful shared governance, stable, secure jobs for all higher ed workers, robust investment in instruction, student services, and student basic needs. And if you take some time to review the photos, you will see possibly someone that you might recognize. We had a visit from former ASLCC President Nick Keogh, who was the president of the student body about 5 years ago, and who now serves as the statewide legislative director for Oregon Student Association. And so he came and stopped by our event, which was really exciting and wonderful. And we look forward to continued collaboration with OSA. And then the other thing that we did as part of this event is we were crowdsourcing and invited participants to express what future do you wish to see for LCC. So if you take a look at that report that I sent you, you will see a word cloud of all of the contributions of our campus community members who participated. I would say the majority, we didn't do a scientific study as to asking people to identify if they were a student or faculty member, et cetera. But I would say that the majority of people participating were were students. And some of the largest words that you'll see, the most popular ones that came out were related to real collaboration, equity, diversity, justice, and student. So, thank you.
All right. Next is the LCCEF report. Frankie?
Hi, thank you. Today is May Day. May Day is not just a Beltane pagan celebration where we give flowers to our neighbors, as many of us were taught in school. May Day is a historical day for the labor movement in the United States and internationally. It is our original Labor Day. As we look back in American history, we see that the great labor strikes allowed American workers better conditions. May Day is one of the most important events in the history of the labor movement. It originated in the United States in the 19th century when workers organized a series of strikes and protests to demand for better working conditions. One example of the labor movement is one of the first strikes to happen in the U.S. It began May 1st, 1886, and 3 days later it became associated with the Haymarket Affair, also known as the Haymarket Riot, when Chicago workers joined a nationwide general strike to demand an 8-hour workday, wherein labor unions had later won the 40-hour work week with weekends and holidays off. Why did the workers want to strike? This is during the Industrial Revolution when workers were working long hours with low pay and in unsafe working conditions. Their employers had discovered that they could replace skilled workers with cheaper unskilled workers, which included immigrants and children. Some employers, like railways, cut their employers' wages by 40%. The strike started off as a peaceful and festive protest, which included a large parade. Within a few days, the employers of the striking employees tried to bring in strike breakers, which are also referred to as scabs. Before you knew it, violence broke out, and the police shot and killed one of the workers at the McCormick factory and injured several others. After that, the fourth night, the workers called for a mass meeting to protest the police shooting and to continue fighting for the rights of workers. The organizers of this meeting had intended for it to be peaceful, which it was until police officers moved in on them, and sadly, an unknown person threw a bomb. Gunshots were then fired by both sides. In the end, 7 police officers were killed, 4 protesters were killed, and dozens were wounded. Over the following days and weeks, police rounded up 8 men who were arrested and charged with being anarchists. The men were convicted off of scant to no evidence. 4 of the men were killed by hanging, and 1 blew himself up by a cigar bomb in jail The other 3 were given clemency, but still had to serve life in prison. The fate of those free men were wrongfully decided by the capitalists in Chicago. After this, the city of Chicago and the capitalists attempted to crush unions and the labor movement by passing terrible laws and dehumanizing the workers. It didn't work. Today, a majority of us in the United States, along with other countries, benefit from this strike. In other countries, they celebrate their Labor Day on May 1st. In 1889, the International Federation of Socialists and the trade unions designated May 1st as a day in support of workers in commemoration of the Haymarket Riot in Chicago, 1886. This is a history that shaped the world that we live in today, and I hope will continue to shape our future. This isn't just about the labor movement, it's about democracy for the working class. Thinking about the Haymarket affair and how we gained the 8-hour workday due to the workers uniting and having the strength to stand up and fight has made me think about how many of the classified professionals we have on this campus that have workload issues, to the point that we had one classified professional who lost approximately 80 hours of vacation one year because they were the only employee in their department. We have other classified professionals who have said that they get physically sick in the mornings before work due to the amount of work that they have to do and the working conditions in their departments. This is because classified positions frequently go unfilled as a way to keep the budget balanced. I would like to ask that the board members, or ask of the board members, as you are creating a budget for the upcoming year, I urge you to carve out space to address this pressing concern in filling of crucial positions with our classified professional ranks. Our classified professionals are shouldering burdens beyond measure in departments where understaffing is acute. The weight of their responsibilities is taking a toll on their health, manifesting in the form of stress-induced ailments. These individuals who form the backbone of our institution deserve to know that their health matters to the administration and to the board. It's essential to recognize the far-reaching consequences of this strain, not only on our staff, but also to our students. When our employees are stretched thin, attempting to fulfill the duties of multiple roles, it inevitably impacts the quality of the educational experience at Lane. Mistakes are made, crucial steps are overlooked, and the seamless journey we strive to provide for our students is compromised. I'm hopeful that you will allocate funds to fill classified positions and make it clear to our administration that this is where the money will be spent. So in the spirit of May Day, I'm asking to each of you to show your support to our dedicated classified professionals and to ensure that our students receive the quality of education that they deserve here in Lane County at Lane Community College. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is information reports. Any questions, comments about information reports? Seeing none, moving on to board member comments and questions. Any, Mike?
The success of the baseball team is outstanding. And when you consider the fact that they don't have a home field, it's actually remarkable.
So I agree. Kevin?
Yeah, 2 things just that reminded me, the completion rate, or maybe it was the graduation rate of the student athletes, 87%. That's unheard of.
For a community college,
Yeah,
that is
that's
unbelievably
really
good.
amazing.
Yes.
But I am interested in, do we have a retreat date set? I can't remember.
It's on the calendar.
Yeah, exactly. It is on the calendar, which was July. Oh, it says TBD. Oh, I thought we said July 20th. Oh, got it.
Okay, so I'm interested
July.
in getting that nailed down and interested in having the board have an opportunity to participate in creating the agenda, or maybe not creating it, but have some hands on it.
Okay.
And I'm interested in hearing the president's goals during that retreat for the upcoming year.
Okay.
Got it.
Got it.
All right.
So did we decide it's undecided, the exact date?
So what we were told in our meeting that we do weekly is July 20th. And that's, go ahead.
All those things that were just mentioned, we are working on in our agenda setting.
So it's not nailed right now.
Oh, I thought it was on the calendar.
It was a recommendation of July 20th, right? Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, so we were given a recommendation of July 20th. And all the things that you were discussing, we were discussing to have those things on the agenda. So yeah.
That's terrific. And, you know, I know time is
Yep.
clicking on and
Absolutely. So thank you for that. And noted. Any other board comments or questions? Something I wanted to bring up to the board, if there is interest in this, there's a Black Pioneer Memorial that is going to be built in Alton Baker Park, and the city of Eugene and the city and the county have done a letter of support and also provide funding for that statue for the Black Pioneers of Lane County. And I was wondering if the board would be interested in getting a presentation of that so that we as a local governing body would be willing to support the Black Pioneer statue in Alton Baker Park. And part of the presentation is a financial ask. But I think the biggest thing that they're wanting is a letter of support for this. And so I was wondering if there's any interest of the board to have a presentation on that. Excellent. Yeah, great. I'll work with President Bulger in getting that put together. Any other board comments or questions? All right. Future meeting dates. So we were given a recommendation of July. So obviously we got quite a few different dates in May where we're obviously doing budget committee meetings and so forth. We have June 5th, June 15th, and June 18th as the regular meeting commencement and work session. July 3rd is our regular meeting in July, and we talked about July 20th being the date, but I was just wanted to kind of check on everyone's calendars to see if that is a date that would work for everybody. So just wanted to see if there's any checking on calendars. Yeah. No, it just has TBD on it. Yeah. Yeah, on the main calendar document. But July 20th, anyone have any objections to that or anything pressing?
I'm looking right now. It's the
Yep,
first I've
totally.
heard
Yep,
of this.
absolutely. Just wanted to take a quick moment to just verify that.
That by email.
We can also do that by email too.
I don't think I'm ready to answer the question now. It's first I've heard of it.
Okay. While you're concluding that, after adjournment, we do have an executive session, so just FYI. And Steve, Denise,